October, it was still like 85 degrees out. And
But here we are. Like, it could be football. Like, now, 3 weeks into it, we're finally getting rid of these funny August games. Now it's fall football season. We're officially back. That's a good time.
So good.
That's a good time.
So good. We got a bunch of great games coming up tonight. It's a great Friday night slate. There's some weekend games as well. But let's start first, as we like to, Jeff, and we're going to start with our helmet stickers. We always give out helmet stickers here on our pregame show, looking at performances from last week, players that maybe deserve one final shout out before they suit up again for another week. So, Jeff, let's start with you. Who is the helmet sticker you'd like to give out for week 2?
Yeah, a guy that you and I have talked about a lot, Syracuse quarterback Ledger White. His stats last week against Granger, 52-6 win for Syracuse. His stats, it was the epitome of efficiency. 12 of 13. That means he only threw one incompletion. It wasn't intercept, but that's 12 completions out of 13 passes. 196 yards and 4 touchdowns. A third of his passes went for touchdowns in that game. Then he had 4 carries for 75 yards and another score. 5 total touchdowns. He was credited with 16 plays, right? Call it throws or carries. He had the ball 16 times. 17 yards per play. When Ledger White was involved,
pretty efficient.
17 yards. I mean, come on, that's pretty good. And then you lead your team to a 52-6 win, a real big bounce back win for Syracuse that they needed to have. Ledger White is one of the better quarterbacks in the state of Utah that kind of gets forgotten. He is very good, very productive, and a super great leader. You talk to Coach Tulane, he loves the leadership that White brings to that team. Really efficient performance, 5 touchdowns. That's fantastic, and a big-time win for the Titans. So Ledger White, that's my helmet sticker for this week.
That's
this
a good
is the
one.
hard part.
That's a good one. Look, Ledger White, that's a name we've talked about for a couple years now, and you love his leadership, but, man, you just love his game. When you watch him play, he plays a lot bigger than he looks, very athletic, good arm. That's a great one.
Fun quarterback to watch.
Really fun.
He does it a little
watch.
differently than some of these other quarterbacks in the state that are throwing for 300-400 yards a game. But man, just as impactful and just as important to his team.
Good one. I'm going to stay at the quarterback position for mine. Great. I'm going to talk about a young man that I don't know that we've talked about yet this year, Jeff.
Okay.
We don't talk a lot about the old Mountain Crest Mustangs.
Ooh, I know where you're going.
Well, they got off to a good start again this year. Had a great year last year. They're 2-0 now, coming off a dominant win over Wasatch. They've got a quarterback in Brady Muir, who we do not talk about. We're going to talk about him. Yeah. Because this young man, you look at his game on Friday night in that Week 2 win against Wasatch, 24 of 31. That's a 77.5% completion percentage. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Threw for 367 yards. That's really good. 4 touchdowns, no picks. I mean, you'll take that night in, night out. And this kid does it night in, night out. He doesn't get a lot of publicity. And I think there's probably a reason or two for that, none of which are under his control, right? He's a very talented quarterback. Does not get talked about enough. Brady Muir is my helmet sticker for Week 2, and we expect big things from him the rest of this year as well to lead Mountain Crest to another fantastic year. But Brady Muir, there you go.
Yeah, very good player. That Mountain Crest offense is fun. They're scoring a lot of points. I think they've gone north of 40 for sure, maybe north of 50 twice, north of 40 for sure this year. And Brady Muir is a big part of that. You look at the landscape right now in Cache Valley. Ridgeline is still Ridgeline. They're very good, but they're maybe not quite as dominant as they have been over those last couple of years. Skyview's struggled a little bit to get going in the early going. You're looking around Mountain Crest with that offense. Things might be more open there. They've got Stansbury in that region, so there's a tough path still for Muir and Mountain Crest to prove that they're able to go through. But man, they're off to a great start so far.
This could be a stepping year for that program. That's one of the great programs up there, right? Before you had the splits, I mean, they were all really good, honestly. Right. And Logan, there's a special thing happening at Logan tonight, by the way. Yeah. This is really cool for some of us oldies. But, Mountain Crest has been one of those teams. They've made the state championship games. Like, they've always been a tough physical program. It's awesome to see them get back on the winning side. I'm with you. I feel like that's a team that could throw its hat in the ring for a region title this year. Maybe even a run to a semifinal. I think this team can be really, really good and really sneaky in 4A.
Yeah, when you can score like they can, and they certainly can, then you're going to have a shot to be in every game. And the defense, like we're talking about Brady Muir, the defense has been really good in the first 2 games of the season.
It has been really good. Let's go now. Friday night, but there were some Thursday night games, Jeff, so let's dive into Thursday night, shall we? And let's start with a game that you and I were at, because this was one that I was really interested in. Davis at Mountain Ridge. These were 2 preseason top 5 teams in the state, in 6A for sure, and had an opportunity to see these 2 quarterbacks, one who's very experienced for Mountain Ridge, one who's getting experience at Davis, and really interesting matchup walking into that game. Walk us through this one, Jeff.
Well, you look at what Mountain Ridge did, and it started early. Jackson Hunt, you'll see the highlights here. He finds Jordan Clausen, and that was just kind of the name of the game. Jackson Hunt, he went into that game with 4 receivers that had more than 100 yards receiving. He ended the game. There was a 5th guy who added his 100th yard receiving to start the season. Jackson Hunt was able to find his guys and distribute the football, and then you can give it to Bradley Foster, who, my goodness, once again, just a low center of gravity, big, powerful runner. And when you have that many weapons on offense, and then you have the creativity and the offensive mind that Coach Robbins has, that's a really difficult matchup. And you saw Mountain Ridge really set the tone offensively.
That was a big play in this game, right? Davis, Scheinberg, talk about, just his 3rd start here at Davis High School. That ball, it hits Bodie Sparrow in the hands. You expect him to usually bring that down. He does not. Busted coverage here. Mountain Ridge able to take advantage and make it 14-0 early. I felt like this game really kind of changed in the second quarter, Jeff. It's 14-0. Davis comes out. They start to find a little bit of rhythm going here in this second quarter.
Yeah, well, and for me, it was that linebacker core that really set the tone for Mountain Ridge and just made everything difficult on that Davis offense. Titan DeYoung getting his first reps on defense with Scooby Talau not playing. Hansen was fantastic. And then Cole Uluave really setting a physical tone. They were making big plays, and they came up with key stops right there. Big 4th down. There was Cole Uluave. When Mountain Ridge needed a big defensive play, those linebackers were always there.
That was the first one. That was a 4th and 1 inside the 5. Mountain Ridge stuffed the run, nowhere to go. And then, well, the Sentinels, they responded really well.
Yeah, look, we talked about that receiver game. Xander Thayer right there. Xander Thayer is that 3rd receiver, that really important 3rd receiver for Mountain Ridge, and he had a heck of a game. And then Bradley Foster just barreling his way through defenders. He had a fantastic game as well.
You have a different appreciation for that kid when you watch him play,
yeah.
Right? Like seeing him with my own eyes, like, oh, this is different. Here's the other 4th down. Looking for Sparrow. I don't mind the decision there. It's a tight window throw. Mountain Ridge had good defense. That's how the first half ended. And then this third quarter, Davis trying to find some momentum here again.
And it was our guy, Easton Stubbs. We called his name a whole lot. He had an interception. He has the fumble recovery here. Of course, the late flag that came in there. Easton Stubbs was everywhere. He had a number of pass breakups, and he had a really difficult assignment. He was either playing one-on-one coverage against Bodie Sparrow or Jackson E. Tyhow. That's tough to do, and he was great. And he really set the tone.
How about that touchdown, that ball from Hunt?
Just
man,
a dime, right?
So good, so good. You talk about the linebackers. Uluave was a beast, especially in that second half, man. He flew around, was a big problem for this Davis offense.
He hit so hard.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost hurt me a little bit being up in the press box. He just is fast.
That was not Uluave. That was Hansen because, Jeff, we talked about it. Is this the best linebacking core in the state? We'll get to that later. But you see Mountain Ridge just looking for a little bit more here as they just never give up. This offense just keeps attacking.
It's relentless. They just have so many weapons on offense and defense. This was, maybe the most well-rounded that we have seen Mountain Ridge play. This is a really good Davis team, and Mountain Ridge controlled this game from start to finish.
Yeah, and we look at it was a game where Mountain Ridge actually ran the ball more than I expected them to. But look, a lot of these highlights are passing plays, and rightfully so. Hunt had a great game, but their ground game was extremely impressive in this one, Jeff.
It was. And when Bradley Foster goes down and then Romero comes in and picks up right where he left off, and when you see that many running backs doing that, you have to credit that Mountain Ridge offensive line. really across from tackle to tackle. They set the tone. They controlled the line of scrimmage. They were opening gaps on just about every play. It didn't matter what the assignment was. They were able to get a push in the ground game. And then they kept Jackson Hunt clean for the most part, and that's what you want out of an offensive line performance.
Let's talk about this Mountain Ridge offensive line because you got to be able to protect Jackson Hunt, right? Which they did. He got pressured a couple times, but really he had pretty good pockets on that. You talk about the ground game, and we made this comment last night. Kenny was the starting running back. He goes down with injury. Foster comes in. He got dinged up last night. Romero comes in. They can all run the football in this Mountain Ridge offense. And the thing I love was we didn't point to it, but that long Bradley Foster touchdown run, the 20-plus yarder, that's in a 2-minute drill. In talking with Coach Robbins, like he trusts Jackson Hunt to run his 2 minutes. Like the quarterback has confidence in that O-line and run game to be able to run the ball inside of 2 minutes and goes for a 20-yard touchdown. Like this O-line really sets the tone for this Mountain Ridge offense.
They're big. I mean, you get down there on field level with them, and it's like, oh my gosh, this looks like a college offensive line. I mean, they are all big at all 5 positions. They're dominant. They're really well coached. They controlled the game, and they make life a lot easier for Jackson Hunt, really allow Jackson Hunt to be Jackson Hunt. Because when he has time, with all those weapons on the outside and then the time to go through his progressions, that's a really good recipe for the Sentinel offense.
Let's talk Davis because they're now sitting at 1-2, right? Lost to Corner Canyon, lost to Mountain Ridge. They beat Fremont. Jeff, we had a chance to look at him. Yeah. Right? I had people texting me, "Hey, what's happening at Davis?" Like, it's going to be fine. Yeah. It's going to be fine. You tell me, right? Your assessment, Davis, where they're at. Any change in your expectation for this Dart group?
Not a lot of change in expectation. I think that they still have the weapons to be a very good football team. They've got to find some confidence. I think you could see it on the field as the game went on, that once they got down into a 14-0 hole, the life just sort of kind of left. And to me, that's a confidence thing. To me, maybe that's the confidence in a brand new quarterback. Maybe that's the confidence that, hey, after you go out and you don't show well against Corner Canyon and then you're kind of in a hole again. Maybe it's something like that, but it just feels like Davis lost their swagger a little bit. And so I look at their top dogs. I look at Bodie Sparrow and I look at Jaxie Tyhow. Hey, you guys, like last year, it was Traden Bessinger's team, but now it's Tyhow and Sparrow's team. They're the guys with the talent, and Davis certainly can make plays, as we see there. They have the talent. They have the leadership. They have that explosiveness. They've got to rally because now they know exactly what you have to do to beat the top dogs in the state, and they've got some work to do.
This was their touchdown, or this led to their – no, sorry. This was their touchdown. It was – nope. This was.
This was the one.
This is Bodie. So, look, this is what I said. When somebody asked me this question, I'm like, look, it's okay. Take a breath, right? They just played the two best teams in the state.
Yeah.
They just played them, right, in the first 3 weeks. They're starting a brand new quarterback, new to the system, new to the state. And I actually felt like, this game started, Mountain Ridge punted on their first 3 drives, I think
so.
It was.
Yeah, I think so.
And so this defense made plays early. We saw it there, right? They got in the backfield. They forced a turnover.
Yep.
The pieces are there.
Yeah.
This is just, hey guys, just breathe.
Yeah.
Right? We understand there's expectations. We understand there's a lot of talent on that team. Just breathe.
Yep.
And settle in, play your game. They had elements of that last night.
Yeah.
But there were times where it was just a little bit off, right? That throws just a half step behind, or that hits in the hands, but it goes through. They had opportunities in this game and plays that they typically make.
Yep.
They just didn't. And so for me, I'm like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
I think so.
It's good for you to see what Corner looks like and what Mountain Ridge looks like because you will run into them again, right? So now you've seen it. Now you've got some time to work on it and prepare for it. But I look at this team and I'm like, I don't feel like they're that far off.
No, I don't think so. And even in that game, we talked about it on the broadcast. It was 21-0 at one point, but it could have very easily been 21-14. Probably should have been 21-14. They had another interception that was dropped right at the Mountain Ridge goal line that would have kept some points off the board. They have the red zone opportunities that they just couldn't get. They were close.
Yeah.
I mean, they were really close. I don't think they're going anywhere. I think as the schedule gets, this isn't to disrespect anybody on the schedule, but when you're not playing number 1 and number 2,
it makes it look different.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
I think that Davis is going to be just fine.
Another big game last night. This was an old rivalry special, the Battle for the Shield. JJ and Sly were on this one. Weber, Roy, the game that went way late. But my goodness, a lot of points in this one. We're not going to dive into real depth in this one, but man, what a start by Weber. I think they scored 27 points in the opening quarter, as it was the show for Creed DeVries and for his good buddy Carter Payne. They balled out in this rivalry game.
Creed DeVries has been on a tear. If you remember Weber, they went to Fremont in that, and this flea flicker play was fantastic, by the way. Weber, they kind of got punched in the mouth against Fremont. I think that surprised them in week 1. Since then, we got to get that offense going. Okay, Carter Payne, hey, just find Creed DeVries down there somewhere. Yeah. He's had 6 touchdowns in the last 2 games and more than 350 yards receiving. He's been fantastic. I thought Carter Payne played exceptionally well, really starting to see the poise and the confidence come back for him. Still just a junior quarterback and a junior wide receiver, and they looked phenomenal against Roy.
Yeah, Payne had himself a nice 70% completion percentage, 277 yards, 5 touchdowns through the air. He also ran for 58 yards and a touchdown. As a big night for him. We talked about DeVries and his speed. You saw him get behind the defense a little bit earlier. 7 receptions, 154 yards, 3 touchdowns for Creed DeVries on the receiving end. It's not just him, though. They got other guys with Munoz and Cantwell. This is an offense that's got a lot of options. And you talk a little bit about Carter Payne. That first game against Fremont, I think he threw 3-4 interceptions. It was a rough start.
Yep.
He's settled in since that point, and when you've got options like they do, you can put up a lot of points in a hurry, and they did so last night.
Yeah, and I think Weber is going to be a really tough test. We talk about Davis in Region 1. We talk about Syracuse and Ledger White. Carter Payne and Weber are going to be right there as well. When they can score and when they can move the ball like that, their defense is still pretty young. They're still figuring out those assignments. They played really well for about 3 quarters against Roy and then let the Royals come back late. As that defense gains confidence and as this offense continues to do what it's capable of doing, Weber's going to be a tough out in Region 1.
Yeah, I want to ask you this question because I had someone talk to me today and they're like, hey, can Weber win that region? You look at what we've seen the last 2 weeks. I don't know, Jeff, your assessment of where you feel like Weber stacks up in Region 1 here early,
yeah,
just through 3 games.
Super early. I don't know who wins that region, but I do know that Weber is going to be able to contend. I think week in, week out, this isn't going to just be the Davis show in Region 1. There are teams that feel a little bit of vulnerability from Davis, and they're gaining confidence, and Syracuse is playing well, and Weber's playing well, and there's enough talent in those squads that they're going to give Davis a run for their money, absolutely. And I think that Weber, they can beat anybody in that region on any given week.
Let's look at tonight, because there's a lot of games going on tonight, a lot of games, Jeff, that I think will be really impactful, give us good bearings here in Week 3 of where some of these teams stack up. When you look at Friday night, what game maybe stands out to you as, that's the one that I'm really interested in?
There's a couple of games that I think are going to be really good. The game, and maybe I just got Region 1 fever all of a sudden, but the game that I'm looking at the closest, Bountiful at Syracuse, that's a couple of teams that they expect to win. I think that's going to be a really fun, competitive game. You have 2 quarterbacks in Hudson Malmrose and Ledger White that they have experience. They're not going to be intimidated by anything. They're going to get settled really quickly. 2 coaches that pride themselves on defense, and they play fundamentally sound football. I love the matchup between those 2 teams because I think that they match up very, very well. I think there's talent on both squads for sure, but I think that matchup is going to be fun. I think those coaches remind me a lot of each other, Coach Freck and Coach Tulane. Yeah. They run things really similarly. That matchup could be a ton of fun.
Bountiful with a nice bounce back in week 2 as well. You know, they were close against Harriman, lost that opener, had a nice bounce back last week in the win over Farmington. I'll give you one that's not too far from that one, Stansbury Woods Cross.
Yeah, big one.
I mean, my goodness, like you look at this game and you see the way that Stansbury played last week, and you see what Woods Cross has done through the first couple of weeks. And Jeff, this is one to me that just has bruise written all over it, doesn't it?
Good football, yeah. Really kind of a clash of styles, right? Stansbury with Brighton Reitzel throwing the ball all around, and then that Brody Benson offense at Woods Cross that's going to ground and pound and try to just wear you down. which team is able to play their brand of football first is probably the team that's going to come out on top. Both of those teams are feeling confident. Woods Cross, 2 big wins and 2 clutch wins that they had to play well in the fourth quarter to get wins over Syracuse and Westfield. Stansbury certainly feeling confident after really almost having a huge upset against Harriman. That Harriman connects on a 40-yard touchdown pass in the waning seconds of the game. But certainly Stansbury's feeling confident coming off of that big win. They're going to feel like, hey, if we can hang in a game against the Harriman offensive line and Felici Filippi and everything that they did on the ground, we can hang in a game against Woods Cross too. And Woods Cross is going to say, hey, we haven't lost yet. Why would we start now? A lot of confidence on both sides.
What game tells you the story tonight that you're most interested in? Meaning, like, it's week 3, right? We played a couple games, but tonight is a game where this team is going to tell me who they really are. What's maybe that measuring stick game for you tonight when you look at tonight's lineup?
One of those games, I think for both teams, it's Brighton and Ridgeline. Those two teams playing each other. Brighton started off so strong against Westfield. It really kind of shocked all of us with the way that they won that game. Maybe not shocked us that they won, but the way that they won was, whoa, we didn't see that coming. And then they played Weber, and it looked a little bit different, right? It looked like, okay, this is a new coach and a new program and a lot of new. But the talent is there, and you've seen it come together. And then Ridgeline, Noah Fiafia has been a machine. The Ridgeline is still winning games. They are still the team to beat in 4A until somebody beats them. But it does look a little bit different than it did last year. They don't have that complete dominant type of feel. If they can go and they can dominate against a really tough and a really physical Brighton team, that could get them back on that dominant track.
We've got our KSL Game Night Live Game of the Week. American Fork, Timpview. This has been such a great battle over the years. I know you love American Fork and their offense, the talent they have there. This Timpview team coming off a tough loss against Corner Cane, but we know they got one of the best athletes in the state in Dennis Tuaone. When you look at this game, Jeff, anything you're looking for tonight in that particular matchup?
Yeah, the Timpview secondary against Jake Matson, the quarterback for American Fork, with Melosi Ilaoa and Dennis Tuaone kind of ball hawking in the back end of that Timpview secondary, and then Jake Matson and the way that he likes to throw the ball around and with his talent. That's the matchup. There's going to be opportunities for those two ball-hawking safeties to go out and make plays, get turnovers, and there's going to be opportunities for Matson to find big chunk plays in the pass game. Which one of those position groups win? The AF quarterback in the passing game or the Timpview secondary? I think that is the story of the game in that one.
American Fork coming off that loss to Mater Day and trying to get some confidence back in that offense. They hung with them early, right? Yep. Couldn't stay with them late. I'm actually curious this Timpview offense, right? I mean, week 1, they put up points against Layton. Week 2, tough against Corner Cane. That might be the best defense in the state. So what does Timpview have offensively tonight? And I feel like if they want to compete with American Fork tonight, they got to find a way to get to 30 points.
Yeah, they
do. So how much offense do they have? How do they plan to move the football this year? I feel like tonight's a big game for that Timpview offense to show who they are, what they have. Because I feel like the first couple of weeks, I don't know if we've seen that quite yet, and it's because of some of the schedule and way that's gone. So I'm real interested in how that offense comes out tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've got the talent. We know they have the talent, and they can do some creative things at the quarterback spot, flex in a couple of different guys. It's there. It's in their bag for sure.
We got a lot of other games going on tonight. We're going to talk about those in our Tailgate show. For those of you who are watching us on 5.3, get ready because we're going to send you out to our KSL Game Night Live Game of the Week. Want to remind you, our Tailgate show, you can listen to that on KSLSports.com. You can also listen to it on 97.5, 1280 The Zone. And then wherever you're at tonight, whatever game you're at, if you go to watch our Game Night Live Game of the Week, or if you're at a stadium, come back, join us on the radio, on 5.3, on KSLSports.com, immediately following your game, wherever you're at, for our Tailgate post-game show. We'll wrap up all the night's actions, all the biggest storylines, and can't wait to do it. Meanwhile, you're also welcome to just come to the stream, turn on the radio, listen to us. We've got a lot of fun things coming up tonight on our Tailgate show, and of course, you can always watch that on YouTube after the fact. There you have it, our pregame show wrapping up here as we get ready to send you out to JJ and Sly for the KSL Game Night Live Game of the Week here on 5.3. We'll be back with our Tailgate show after this.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit uccu.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations at American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together. Not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth. But here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Our Friday night tailgate show here on 97.5, 1280 The Zone, and streaming on KSLSports.com. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen here with you. Jeff, we talked about in our pregame show some big games going on tonight, but we got a lot of other things that we want to talk about. Let's dive into some of the other games that we did not get a chance to talk about. Other games that are maybe you're looking at as interesting, fun storylines that are worth discussing here to kick off week 3.
Yeah, I look at Lone Peak and Skyline, a game that we're going to have on our KSL Sports Rewind Network. It's an important game for Lone Peak. Look, you play IMG, that's tough, right? Nobody's going to judge Lone Peak too harshly for losing to IMG. But they still had the loss, and that stings inside the locker room, regardless of what the judgment is. Yeah. So Lone Peak's got to find a way to bounce back and get back on track. This is a tough test for Lone Peak to face this really tough Skyline team. They're really good up front. Jonah Miley and the running back, they're really good on the ground offensively. This is a good test, I think, for Lone Peak, and a good opportunity for them to bounce back after a tough week last week.
I like that. That's a good one. I'll give you one that I'm really interested in, and that is Viewmont Highland. This Viewmont team, they've pitched back-to-back shutouts for the first time. Actually, Jeff, do you know when the last time Viewmont had back-to-back shutouts?
2007.
No.
Oh,
I'll give you a hint.
Was I close?
No.
No. 1970.
I'm pretty sure, Jeff, Well, actually, you were a lot closer there. I was going to say, this was before you were born.
Okay.
It was before I was born.
Oh, no.
1974.
Wow.
The last time that Viewmont pitched back-to-back shutouts, and Coach Jones has done that in the first 2 weeks. Now they go to Highland. We mentioned last week that Highland program feels like they're getting some positivity, some trajectory. I feel like this is a great game for both these two teams to really learn who they are and what this season can be for both Viewmont and Highland.
Yeah, I think so. And that really is a fantastic start for Viewmont, obviously. But in the context of Viewmont, right? I mean, you think of Viewmont, you think of Coach Jones, you tend to think offensive football. Yeah. That's kind of their bread and butter. For the defense to be playing that well here in the early going, that's huge for Viewmont. And can they keep that rolling against a Highland team that feels close? Like they feel close to turning it around and being the Highland that we remember from, 15, 20 years ago. They're right there. And this is an opportunity for Highland and the Rams to make a statement against a Viewmont team that's been very good.
Yeah, I think that one's actually going to be a lot of fun. This Viewmont offense put up some points too. And look, it hasn't been the toughest competition they'll have all year, but, it's a chance for them to step up and continue to try to build off of that. Other games, Jeff, for you that are of interest tonight?
Well, Farmington is taking on a Rigby program that comes down from Idaho. We've seen Rigby. We've talked about Rigby. That's a really good measuring stick program for a lot of schools in Utah. Rigby they win championships. That's what they do up there in Idaho. And that game got underway a little bit early. And Farmington, it's right there. It's 17-13. Rigby with the lead at the half, but that's that physical brand of football. That's a good chance for Farmington to say, hey, we're here in Region 1 too.
One other game that it didn't kick off early. It kicked off on time, but boy, it scored early. Alta at Granger, and we talked about Lucas Pago last week, and the senior had a kickoff return for a touchdown, I believe. If it wasn't the kickoff, it was first or second offensive play. Alta on the board here early, 6-0, thanks to their senior back. That's a good start.
He's been really good.
He has been really good.
And he's kind of been a stabling presence for them as Xavier Kochi, and they figure out what they look like with the new offense, new quarterback. Pagel's just been productive.
We're going to talk about hot starts, but we're going to put a pin in that because, Jeff, we have to introduce the third member of our broadcast tonight, the old bingo board.
We're here.
We had some nervous eyes in the studio. I don't know if you caught that, but there was someone who was like,
the bingo board.
Coming. It's coming. The bingo board, folks. Cannot wait. We've been playing bingo the last couple weeks. We haven't been able to show the bingo card, but now, hey, look at that. Jeff's own creation.
Yeah, I got arts and crafty.
Beautiful.
I built ourselves a bingo board.
His middle name is Michaels.
Yes, it is. Or Joanne's. I don't know. One of those.
One of the two.
What is the bingo board? Well, the bingo board, things that we just throw out here, some, players, some things that will happen on the football field, some things that will happen off the football field, just some stuff that we're watching out for as we go throughout the night here on our Tailgate show. And we can mark our free. We don't get free squares. Nothing's free in football, but there is football in football. So we can go ahead and mark off that center square of football. It is underway. And the bingo board is officially back now that football is underway.
Love it. We did get a couple bingos last week.
We did.
So really looking forward to seeing how many bingos we can secure tonight in week 3. You have a favorite topic on there, Jeff, that you're looking for? You're like, oh, yeah, when that one happens, got big plans.
Well, there's a few. And we've kind of already alluded to one. We've got Jake Matson on that board.
Okay.
And Jake Matson, of course, quarterback at American Fork High School, one of the more prolific quarterbacks in the state and still a young guy, and you're going to see his recruiting profile take off in the coming months. He has big-time, big recruit type potential. We have talked about him throughout the season so far, but we're going to get a chance to get an in-depth look at American Fork against a tough Timpview team. I'm curious to see what Jake Matson looks like. I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
That's a great one. I'm actually really excited for the passion and rants because I don't know if you guys saw this week or not, but if not, go check out social media. We had a good old Jeff rant, and that's not necessarily a Jeff rant. It could be a Dane rant.
It could be anybody's
Dane
rant.
Dane doesn't rant very often.
Well,
but you never know.
You should try it.
But
it's not so bad.
I
Get
heard
some
it's
stress
great.
relief out.
Well, shoot, if it gets the the play that yours did. I mean, I might need to try that a little bit more,
there
Jeff.
we go.
But, we don't have anything planned tonight. There is no plan, Jeff Rant.
No.
We'll see. Could be fun.
But listen, I'm kind of on a hair trigger. So up here in the Skyline game, we've got a...
Look out.
Ooh, did he get it? Oh, stepped out of bounds. Nearly had a kickoff return for a touchdown. My goodness.
Viewmont driving on their opening drive there across the 50. And a good start for them. Summit Academy and Buckeye playing Buckeye High School out of Arizona. That game 7-6 in the first quarter, so good engagement from those two. Summit was hoping to play on their brand new turf.
Yep.
Did not get the approval yesterday, so still playing at a neutral site, but it does look beautiful, by the way. I don't know if you've seen it.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
there's a lot of things at Summit Academy that are looking better and better. That football field.
Alta knocking on the doorstep at Granger here again. This ball spotted inside the 5-yard line. And they'll have a chance to go up 2 scores here in the early going.
It's been tough sledding for the Lancers so far this year. They lost a lot of talent, but they have a lot of talent on this team that I think they'll play better as the season goes along. But it's been a tough opening couple of weeks for Granger.
That was Xavier Kochi with the carry. Let's actually talk about Alta because I want to talk some hot starts, Jeff.
Okay.
And we talk about teams who are out of the chutes playing really good football. I want to talk Alta. This is a team that's trailed in the first 2 weeks of the season. They came back, come from behind victories against Springville, against Bingham. Xavier Kochi, I think we haven't seen him play to his potential yet. Some of that I think is just familiarity, offense, teammates, etc. His teammates have confidence in him as he takes that one in from a yard out. Great to see him in the end zone. But this Alta team, this looks like the Alta program that we have seen in years past, right? The last 2 years, trying to build this program back up, it feels like it's built back again, and they're seeing the benefits here in the first couple weeks of the season.
I think so, and I think you're right. Kochi, he's going to get more familiar, more comfortable within the offense at quarterback, but the one thing that he doesn't lack confidence, and he doesn't lack swagger. That's the Alta football that I remember. Like, Alta had that brand, that reputation, and that swagger that when the ball kicked off, they expected to win every single week, and we've seen Alta kind of go through some ups and downs, but I think with Kochi, he expects to win, and Alta's off to a great start. Start the season, had some wins that really tough wins. They've had to grind it out as they get more comfortable, and as Kochi starts to play like he's capable of, you might start to see a lot more dominance from the Alta Hawks.
Well, and I think wins that, as you're watching those games, you think, oh, they're not going to win this game.
Right.
And you look at last year, and so many games were close, couldn't necessarily find a way to pull them out late. This year, they're pulling them out late. They're coming from behind and pulling them out. I mean, it just looks like it's a totally different culture, locker room. Coach Bardette's now got, I think, what he envisioned there when he took the job, and look out.
Yeah, I think so. And they've got the quarterback. I think that's a big key. That's a big part of it.
Teams that you're like, hey, well, I know there's one team that you're like, hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Who else?
Let's talk.
The hottest start of them all, the Clearfield Falcons. They've got a big test tonight.
Yes, they do.
They make their way over to Layton, and a Layton team that is tough, especially for this Clearfield team. It's a big test. Brick Barlow has been great at quarterback. They've really done it in all facets of the game. They've had special teams touchdowns. They've played great defensively. They pitched a shutout. I mean, Clearfield got to the mercy rule. That doesn't happen for Clearfield very often.
It has. It's just really the other favor, right?
They're playing with confidence out there at Clearfield. Coach Caputo's done a great job, and you can see the kids start to buy in to what he is selling. And this is a big test for them. If they can find a way to knock off Layton and move to 3-0, look out for the Falcons.
Lone Peak had to punt on their opening drive. They got to midfield. That Skyline defense held, and so now Skyline will have this ball back inside their own 20 to start the offensive drive. Okay, let me go another one here because you want to talk about hearkening back to other eras and times. It's been a while since Murray has been like this.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying has gone 2-0, which they've done, which is great for that program. They've scored 97 points in the first 2 games of the season. That's the most they've put together in a 2-game stretch since, you want to guess, Jeff?
No, I don't have a guess.
I want you to guess.
I thought about a guess.
Just take a guess.
2001.
No.
I feel like I'm not going far back enough on my guesses
You're
today.
not going far back enough.
I need to go way further.
And I think that speaks to what's happening in the early part of this season, by the way. We had one since, the 70s. Want another guess? Again, what we're looking for is when Murray has put together 97 points in a two-game stretch.
They've had some offenses, but that's a lot of points.
A lot of points.
We're gonna go to 1979.
Oh man, 1978, Jeff.
Ooh, okay. Second guesses are looking a little better.
They're looking good.
Looking
Your
a little
second
bit
guess
better.
are looking good. We might have you pick winners twice.
There we go.
We might have you pick winners
Yeah,
twice.
give me a game. Let me have two guesses. I'll get it right. I'll get it right.
1978, Jeff. The last time that they have had back-to-back games with the kind of offensive performance that they've had the first 2 weeks of this season. And you look at it, it's Drew Reese. I mean, the junior quarterback back to Murray, 59% completion percentage, 6 touchdowns through the air. He's also ran for 100 yards, has 4 touchdowns on the ground.
Yeah.
He's got 10 touchdowns, leads the state in touchdowns through the first 2 weeks.
That's pretty good.
This offense for Murray looks legit. They've got Jay Carr on the outside. He's been one of their top receivers. They got 3 different ball carriers with over 100 yards rushing. This Murray team, they've got some offense, and we're going to have an opportunity to see them in the coming weeks with a live game stream. Excited for that. But, man, love the start that we're seeing out by old Sparta.
I got another hot start for you. And we got to go down south. There's a few teams you could choose from.
Yes,
but
there are.
the Pineview Panthers,
they're back,
they
Jeff.
look great. Hey, that's a huge win last week against a Cedar team that had won 14 straight games. Coy Doman and company, they get a 34-30 win. And so Pineview, 2-0, they look great. They've been dominant offensively. That's great. That's a hot start. But Coy Doman specifically, as a starter, really the hot start to his starting career, just a sophomore, and through 2 games, 54 of 83, that's 65%, 857 yards and 8 touchdowns. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for a sophomore. Coy Doman is going to be a name that you hear a lot about in the coming years. And he's getting off to a really hot start in his high school career. And it has the Pineview Panthers sitting at 2-0 with an opportunity, looking at their schedule, to, they're feeling pretty good that they could look at 3-0, 4-0, 5-0 and start to feel pretty confident.
You ready for a fun fact?
I love fun facts.
Fun fact.
I'm ready.
Through 2 weeks, Coy Doman leads the nation in passing yards.
That's good. That's pretty good.
Now, Utah starts early, but he's 867 yards through 2 games.
Yeah, it's a ton.
That's a lot of yards.
As a sophomore.
Yeah.
Like, that's the real kicker. This isn't a senior quarterback who's in year 3 of having, experience. These are his first 2 starts.
Actually, he's not the kicker. He's the quarterback, Jeff.
That's the quarterback. That is the quarterback.
I thought you knew that.
I should have known.
Usually you don't speak so highly of kickers. Fantastic. Great start. And, Hurricane with another nice start down there. Desert Hills with a nice start down there. Southern Utah football looks good here in the early going, which is awesome.
Yep, they look great.
I got to give one more because this one I'm just like, yeah.
I got one more, and I think I have a feeling we might be going to the same place, but I'm basing that off of nothing but vibes.
Okay.
So where are you headed?
Let's head to Salt Lake County.
No, we're not.
Oh, dang it.
Well, so much for the vibes.
Okay.
I really tried to will that to happening, and it didn't.
Well, now I'm really curious where you're going.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Copper Hills.
That's a good one.
Can we talk a little Grizz?
Man.
Because this team, you want to talk about scoring in bunches.
They've played 3 games. They haven't played 3 fourth quarters.
No.
I mean, they're scoring a lot of points.
Their game against West Jordan, done it through 3. Against Hunter, done in 3. I mean,
they look great.
I know they have not played a region game yet, and we will find out when they get to region what this team is. But they've got 2 quarterbacks who are playing right now, and it's Hill who gets the majority of the time behind center. He's 79% completion percentage with 9 touchdowns and only 1 pick. He's been unreal. And their sophomore, Thomas, he's 76% completion. I mean, it's just like this offense can move the rock.
Yeah.
And you look at the green and blue. I mean, how can you not love that look?
It's a unique look. It does look good. I was actually thinking there's not any copper in Copper Hill's color scheme, is there?
Actually, the basketball program 2 years ago ran a little copper down it, but it is green and blue. Those are their colors. But I mean, I'm like Darius Matthews, man. The job he's done to get this program.
Yeah.
Is this legit? Like, should we have big expectations for Copper Hills football this year, Jeff?
I mean, when you're sitting at 3-0, you're gonna start to feel pretty good, right? I don't know. I don't know where the ceiling is for this team, but I know it's considerably higher than I thought it was as the season began. Copper Hills, with that offense, they look very good.
It is a tough region, right? And so when they get to region play, we will learn a lot about where they fit in 6A. But as I look at this team, it's like, okay, well, you've got, Riverton 1-2, Bingham 0-2, Westlake 1-1, Cedar Valley 1-1. Like, could Copper Hills be a playoff team? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Like I say, when you could score, like they've proven they can score, and they're doing it in different ways. They've got a little bit of a ground game. They've got the 2 quarterbacks. Yeah, I mean, why not?
And look, most of 6A will make the playoffs. Can Copper Hills win a playoff game? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a team that I think can compete in the playoffs.
And just getting more and more confident each week, for sure.
Yeah.
You can feel that swagger coming to Copper Hills.
All right, where were you going to go, Jeff?
Well, I was going to go up north because there's a 2-0 Logan team that they look great, coming off a big win over Preston.
Yeah.
Easton Favero. Hey, when there's a Favero in Logan, things seem to go pretty well. Easton Favero. He's got 5 touchdown passes. Jace Pingree's been great. 228 yards, couple touchdowns for him as a receiver. That offense is finding some rhythm. And look, it's been tough for Logan these last couple of years. 2-0 start. Hey, why not? Go from Grizzly to Grizzly. So we were kind of on the same vibe.
Yeah, we were both thinking Grizzlies there.
Yeah, we both had Bears.
Which,
Bears
by
on
the way,
mind.
Just a reminder, the Grizzlies won me our mock draft in week 1.
Good.
So good to see you come around, recognize the ferociousness of the Grizzly, Jeff. Hey, and something special at Logan tonight. Something real special at Logan tonight. I feel like we got to talk about this.
Yeah, let's do it.
There's a lot of great coaches that have coached in the state of Utah. There's only one Mike Favero. And tonight, Logan High School is naming it Favero Field.
That's cool.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
So excited. When Dusty and I started doing this back in 2005, Coach Favero was the first one I ever sat down with.
Oh, really?
To actually go through film. And it was just so good, so generous with his time. Of course, Coach Riley Nelson and had one of the, at a time where really probably brought the spread to Utah.
Yeah, 100%.
In that fashion. And just an innovator. Just absolutely loved watching his teams play. Didn't matter if it was Riley Nelson, DJ Nelson, had so many great quarterbacks in the 2000s and early teens that went through his program, went on to play at the next level. Just one of the real good coaches that our state has had, and such a just awesome to see Logan recognize his contribution to high school sports, high school athletes, and football in the state and in that community. Really excited. We're going to try to go to that at halftime. But congratulations, Coach Favero, and awesome for Logan to do that in his honor.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is hard to pioneer anything in football anymore, right? Yeah. Because this is a sport that has been played for a very, very long time. There's just not a lot of things that we haven't seen before. But when Mike Favero took over that Logan program and he started throwing the ball everywhere, it took the entire state by storm. Riley Nelson, you look at his stats now, and yeah, I mean, there's quarterbacks who put up big numbers now because that's what it is. Yep. But when Riley Nelson and Coach Favero were getting started, that is not how football was played in the state. They were true pioneers of high school football and that passing game here in the state of Utah. And everybody, you talk to coaches who have been around for a while. All of them point to Coach Favero and say, yeah, we started to take things that they were doing in Logan because we couldn't stop it. Nobody could stop it. It's cool to see Logan honor him, and it's going to be really cool for Easton Favero to play on Favero Field.
Right?
He could go ahead and just take the credit himself if he wants to when he's walking around the halls of Logan High. He could say it's his field. Give it a shot.
He could.
I don't know if anybody believe him, but like I would try to sell that.
Yeah,
I'd try.
A couple updates we want to give you here as we're approaching the bottom half of the hour. One, Alta is now leading Granger 21-0 in the first quarter. American Fork early lead here against Timpview. Timpview with the football right now, but it's 7-0 Cavemen. About 5 minutes to go in that opening quarter. And Skyline, look out here, Jeff. We mentioned Lone Peak had a punt. The Eagles marching down the field. They've got it inside the red zone here in this opening quarter.
Well, and a big update, and I'm going to double check this score. I think Woods Cross, I got them 14-0 in the early going after
wow.
I think there was maybe a turnover, but yeah, I've got them with a Stansbury interception, and then they quickly capitalized on it. And I've got Woods Cross at 14-0. I expect that game to be close.
Yeah.
And Woods Cross, man, they look great.
Look, they got off to a big lead last week against Westfield, right? The Longhorns came back, made that a one-possession game. There's a lot of football left to be played in that one. You mentioned a game earlier, Rigby of Idaho, one of the top teams in the Gem State, coming down to take on Farmington. That game still 17-13 last reported in the third quarter. One game we did not talk about, Provo-Springville tonight.
Springville's
That's a fun one.
Springville's a really tough physical football team. And that is a fun game. That's a Provo team. It's a lot of new, right? Coach Chambers steps away. It's a lot of new in Provo. They've got to find out who they are, find that identity, and that's a tough assignment against Springville with that physical brand of football. I've got Springville at last check up 7-0 in that game, but I think that game is going to be one to watch throughout the night.
Just giving a couple quick scans here, see if there's anything else. Mountain Crest with the early lead at Logan, 7-0 last reported. Skyline had to settle for a field goal, but it is 3-0 Eagles leading Lone Peak on this Friday night. And how about West Jordan? Hanging with Harriman early. That game's 8-7. Oh, Jeff, 8. I don't know. Maybe a little scoregami potential.
Gets us on scoregami watch as soon as you hit that 8. You never know. We talked about Clearfield and their hot start. It's 14-0 Layton. There were some turnovers in that game. Clearfield's going to have to bounce back from that one.
I just had it. Where'd it go? Well, I had a game I was going to update you on. Oh, there it is. Ridgeline Brighton. Also 8-7 in the opening quarter. Ridgeline with the early lead.
You can always count on Ridgeline to give us a shot.
Yeah, you never know. You never know with the old Riverhawks of Ridgeline High School.
They love Coach Cox. He loves to go for 2, especially that first touchdown. I think he might do it for us. I don't know that. He's never told me that he's doing it for us, but I think he is.
Look, you're from Cache Valley. I went to school in Cache Valley. I mean, how much closer could you be to a guy, right?
Yeah, we're pretty much best friends now.
Pretty much brothers. Yeah. I mean, really.
I think so.
Yeah, any other scores you want to update on
one more. Dallin Afu was able to punch it in for American Fork, and the Caveman up early, 7-0 over Timpview.
Oop.
Did I speak too soon? Because we've got real-time updates happening. You could see on the screen.
You did not speak too soon. I didn't know who had the ball. AF, I think, comes up with that interception in the end zone.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's one. A heave to the end zone, safety there.
And receiver stumbled just a little bit.
Now, there was a flag on the play. Do we have refs reffing yet here, Jeff? Wait. Did you build a bingo board without refs reffing?
I did. I decided to give the refs a little bit of a break this week. Look, we had refs reffing at our game last night, Mountain Ridge and Davis, and we talked a little bit about the ref. I figured, hey, let's give them the night off.
The call here appears to be on American Fork, so Timpview will keep it. Meanwhile, Viewmont Highland knotted up at 7 here in this opening quarter. We're going to step aside, take a break. Here you're watching the KSL Sports Tailgate Show. Don't go anywhere as we get into some of our fun here when we come back here on Friday Night Tailgate.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a top new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TimDalySouthtown.com. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection. Bigger savings. Bigger deals. OACC dealer for details.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100 or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Welcome in to KSL Sports Tailgate Show. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen with you. Jeff, we had some updates to the old bingo board. What'd we check off?
Well, it's tough for me to talk about Clearfield when they're down 14-0.
Ooh.
But I was able to mark off 2 of our bingo and two of the tougher ones that I didn't know if we'd get to for sure tonight. Okay. We're marking off big man touchdown and scoop and score as the big man Darius Fa-Mole picks up a Clearfield fumble and returns it 41 yards. That's practically 400 for the big man. 41 yards for a touchdown and the scoop and score, and that's what gives Layton the 14-0 lead. Hey, it's against my Falcons, and that hurts a little bit, but hey, I'm always a fan of those Piesman moments when the big man have an opportunity to get into the end zone.
I was going to ask, because it's against Clearfield, I mean, do you acknowledge it? I mean, do we leave it on the bingo board, Jeff?
There's 2 things that I am,
It's not cool
Dane.
to do Clearfield dirty like that,
No, it's
right?
not, and I am a proud Falcon, but I'm also a proud big man.
All right.
So I can show some love to the big man out there for sure.
I like that. Hey, you know what, Jeff?
Yeah, let's just re-emphasize how big of a man I am. When Dane throws candy at the big man.
That's in case you need a reason to like Jeff Hansen. How about that?
There
He
we
can
go.
set aside his high school pride to recognize a big man scoop and score. I love it.
I love it. I love a big man touchdown. Those guys, they put in a lot of work on every single play. I was talking to some folks earlier this week, and it was like, what's the most energy exhausting position? And it's the trenches. They have to go 100% no matter what on every single play. They are emptying the tank. Yeah, I love it when they get into the end zone a little bit.
All right, look, this show is meant to be like a virtual tailgate, right? Which means you talk about a lot of different stuff. I'm gonna run an old philosophy past you. I don't know if I still hold on to this or not, but I did for a long time. NFL draft, right? You still see teams take offensive linemen in the first 5-10 picks. That happens nearly every year.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
I've always kind of wondered, is that really the best use of that pick? Because here's the reason why I say that. You talk about how difficult it is to be an offensive lineman. I would not know. I've never been an offensive lineman, right? So I can't know that. I can see it. I can understand the importance logically, but not having been there, gone through it. But for me, I feel like the real key to the good offensive line is the collectiveness of the unit. And so it's like, okay, is it really worth taking a number 1 or number 3 pick to throw at left tackle if your 4 other guys are not on the same page? I look at what the New York Jets have done. How many top picks have they used on linemen? And yet, I don't know, I don't see their O-line as being rated as one of the top in the league. So that's one of the things for me, I always feel like that gelling of the offensive line is really critical. So it's not just you got to be a big man. It's not just you got to be able to execute and get downfield to block or pass protect, but it's also knowing what everybody else is doing on that line in the blocking scheme and being able to read the defense as well so that you can execute the protection. It is not an easy position at all.
No, it's not. And to answer your question, yes, I think it is. Because if you have your franchise quarterback, you want to protect his blind side. I get all of that stuff. There's only so many people in the world who are 6'8", 320 and can move like those NFL tackles do. So I think yes, but what I think this is in line with what you're saying. What I think about the offensive line in the NFL draft is I think that the center position is undervalued in the NFL draft because all of that gelling and that camaraderie and that captain of the offensive line, generally it's the center, right? It's generally the center who's reading the defense, calling the protections, making the shifts. And I don't see centers get drafted very high, presumably because people think that they can find centers anywhere.
In fact, rare for a first-round center to be taken.
But I think that a good center, I think, makes all the difference in the world. And I think that maybe centers are undervalued because if you value a center like that, all of those other positions along the offensive line, those 4 other guys, their job gets a little bit easier if you've got a guy in the middle of it all who's getting everybody lined up the right way, getting all the right protections called. That makes the left tackle's job a lot easier.
That's a great call out, and I'll clarify because the talent that you can get at a left tackle, it's worth it, right? Babe Ruth once said, "You can have all the talent in the world if your team doesn't play together, your club's not worth a dime."
Right.
And so for me, it's like, well, you can have that prospect at your left tackle to protect your blind side, but if you don't have good coaching of the O-line in general, or you've got other holes at any of your other positions, it doesn't matter whether you're protecting the blind side or not because the quarterback's going to be eating it down the throat anyway, right? And so for me, there's some of that where it's you can take that pick, but unless you got a good O-line coach, it may just be a waste.
Yeah.
That was always kind of my point, right? But hey, Timview on the board went down, and it was Matt Manuma, the sophomore quarterback, with the touchdown run.
Good for Manuma. As he gets confidence,
he's a youngster.
Just a young guy. As he gets confidence, there's a lot of young guys on that Timview team. But as Manuma gets going, they've got weapons.
Stansbury scored, and Stansbury has it in the red zone. Remember, they trailed 14-0, and they've now got it down to the 11-yard line. Boy, the Stallions.
Coach Cox up there in Ridgeline also doing us some favors. They've got another touchdown and another 2-point conversions. Now we're on to 16, and now the world is our oyster at 16.
Wide open here, Jeff.
We can do anything we want at 16.
Speaking of anything we want, as someone who comes to this show, and for a couple weeks now, I've walked in and I've had to just be patient with Jeff throwing all sorts of just random things at Dane, and let's see how we can make Dane look bad. So I had a little idea this week.
Oh, good.
We're going to do some play calls. That's what we're going to do.
This is not going to go well for me.
For those, I'm actually fascinated by design of offensive play calls, like flip right, double X jet, 36 counter naked whack at 7X quarter.
Yeah, this is going to go
That's
well.
a whole new language, right? I don't know what that means. Shelf right nickel 41 kill 374 wasp.
I can't even say these
No
words.
idea. So we're going to do some play calls. Here's what we got. We got some current terminology from high schools, and we're going to see if Jeff can dissect it. So, Jeff, I'm going to start with an easy one.
Don't be putting adjectives there and saying what they are.
This is about the easiest it is, so I hope. So I'm going to give you the term. We're going to see if you can define it, okay? Locked in.
That's it?
That's it. Locked in.
That's a play?
No, that's not a play. It's a high school term. So, like, teenagers will throw around locked in. So you got to tell me,
I thought you were
what does
giving
that
me
mean?
plays. Locked in. Locked in, you're just focused.
Boom. All right. Hey,
okay.
Jeff, one. Ding!
Got it. That's a point.
Congratulations. Way to go.
Jeff. Didn't think we'd get any of those today.
All right. This one, I think you'll be okay on this one, too. Cooked.
Oh, yeah, cooked. How do you define it? There's actually two different flavors that this gets used. My sons will use
Flavors? Cook?
Yeah, that was on purpose. That was on purpose. My sons will use it in like, I cooked out there, like when I dominated.
Yeah.
But then it can also get used of like, I don't know, Jeff in this game, Jeff's cooked. Like it's not gonna happen. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Way to go.
I'm feeling okay so far. This is gonna get harder.
Drip.
Oh, drip. I have drip. Drip is my hat collection is drippy. Oh, the way that I look, I drip. Drip I know
All
because
right.
drip I am.
I like it. Okay. Cap or capping.
I know cap too.
Really?
Oh, this makes me feel young.
Wow.
This is, actually fun story because as I was channeling my youth.
Because you can't talk about how many hats / caps you have and not know the terminology. So
once upon a time, a young Jeff with hair made a TikTok where I was spelling out, I can't remember what it was, probably something football related. But I thought that somebody's take was stupid. And so I went ahead and I spelled out CAP to the person making that take just to let everybody know that it was cap. That's a lie. I know about cap. Okay. How many? Am I 4 for 4?
Yeah.
Am I 17?
All right. Here we go. Riz.
Riz, I don't know how to explain. Riz, I don't know.
Gee, I wonder why, Jeff.
Yeah, Riz, I've heard used. I know when to use it, but I don't know what it means.
All right.
Is Riz just like swagger?
So first of all, these are definitions provided by high schoolers to me, right? So,
okay.
So what I have is style, charm, flirt. I think we could probably give swagger.
Okay.
We could probably let that one slide, Jeff.
Okay, well, now we're getting to technicalities.
That's
not
maybe
great.
a missed call by the officials, but hey, I mean, it still counts, right? We'll let that one work.
Okay. Oh, no. This doesn't look good. Dane's got a smile on his face, ladies and gentlemen. This seems bad for me.
Mewing.
Oh, my gosh. There's not one clue. Mewing?
That's
meowing? Mewing?
That's what I have. I have mewing.
Like MEW.
Yeah. That could be a typo, I guess,
I don't
but
have
we'll
any
go
idea
with
what
mewing.
that means. Just staring? I have no idea. That's a complete guess.
Yeah, I actually have no idea what this means, but it's just showing off jawline to the girls. Like,
oh, well.
Like, okay.
Okay, that's why I don't know. I haven't had a jawline in a long time. My cheeks just sort of blend right into my shoulders. There's no jawline here. There's no neck either. I don't know what that looks like.
Clock it.
Clock it?
Clock it.
Can you use it in a sentence? Do I get to spelling bee this?
Bro, she's making us do math. Clock it.
That made it worse. I have no idea what that means. Just forget about it?
So what I have here is calling out something obvious. Okay. Jeff, I'm 44. Listen, I don't know.
I don't understand how that one works. That one's beyond me.
Chopped.
This is another one that I know when it's used, but even real words. I know when they're used, but I don't know what they mean. But I try to use them in meetings and stuff because I know this is the right time.
Like ambiguous. That sounds good.
Yeah,
sure.
It's probably,
why not?
This is a little ambiguous, and I think the definition of chopped is a little ambiguous. I think it's just like done, not good anymore.
So I think I've heard it in that context. That's not the definition I was provided.
See, this is the thing. when they make up words and then they make up alternate definitions for them. We don't stand a chance.
Agreed, Jeff. That's why this is my idea, quizzing you, because I was like, there's no way I would get anything. You're actually doing better than I thought. Like, you're doing way better than I would. So the definition I have is when someone fails to meet your expectations. Like, he's chopped.
I don't understand.
I'm so chopped right now.
I don't understand.
All right, we got to... Let's go one more, shall we?
Okay.
Crashing out.
Oh, that's just a breakdown.
Okay.
Yeah, just a total mental breakdown, freak out.
Yeah.
I know the crash out real well. But here's the thing about crash out. They use it all the time. And so even the most like minor of inconveniences, if it's like, excuse me, I said no pickles on this burger. It's like, whoa, okay, crash out, Jeff. No, I just ordered. I wanted what I ordered. I'm not yelling at the waitress or anything. I'm just saying I asked for no pickles. And so crash out, in my head, it should be reserved for like extreme measures, like me against mountain-based named high schools. But it gets used in wildly different contexts. And I feel like the entire collective body of the youth, they are spiraling towards a misunderstanding because they're going to say crash out of like, oh, Susie crashed out. And it's like, oh my gosh, we got to go check on Susie. But really, like, no, she needed some pickles. I think it's confusing. I think they need some layers in that term because it gets used too liberally.
I
see. They would tell me I just crashed out about crash out.
You did. I mean, is that passionate rant?
Oh,
I mean,
no,
we're bringing in pickles and.
Oh man, it might be. That was an accident, folks. That I did not mean to walk into that, but that I think is what happened.
I'm not gonna lie. Right now, it feels like you're rage baiting today's youth, Jeff. Because that was another one on here. It's like, he'll know what rage baiting is.
Yeah, I know what that one is.
There's another one on here. I don't really know that we should share it on air. So we'll give you one more off air
okay.
Because it certainly meant something else when I was a youth.
Oh, good.
And so I don't know that we want to have us 40-year-olds being like, what did they just say?
Whoa.
We want to be back next week. So, Stansbury has tied it up against Woods Cross. That game's 14 apiece. And American Fork, meanwhile, driving. They're inside the 5.
Oh, and Stansbury driving as well. They've tied it up, and now they
got it again?
Moving their way down the field.
Sheesh.
All of a sudden, the Stallions. See, now that's a name out there. The Stallions. Stansbury Stallions. I think that's a great name. We talked about Oniki and the horses and all that stuff out there. It dawned on me that, like, Stansbury's out that way. Maybe that's where Stallions came from. They've got all the wild horses out their direction.
First of all, before we leave this, I am curious. Hey, we got producer Vince in here. Vince, how did Jeff do with the whole play calls of today's modern youth vocabulary?
Am I young? Yeah. I'm young.
How many of those did you know, Vince?
All of them. Oh, I'm not
that young. What, really?
I have 13-year-olds. He says he knows all of them. Huh. Okay, well, I'm not that young.
I didn't know them when they said it.
I'm not that young.
It's just because he's obviously locked into his youth, right? His kids. He's all in on it. Okay, Vince, we're gonna ask you one. You got a microphone nearby? Yeah, we did tell producer Vince ahead of time that we were gonna bring him on air tonight. So
I like it. This is fun for me.
Hey, Vince.
Yeah. Hey.
All right. So for us old schoolers, 6'7".
There's no definition to it. I've asked that too. My 14-year-olds who bring it up all the time don't know the definition of it. And I think they do it because it annoys us.
I have heard it's on its way out.
Sounded to me like Vince was a little cooked on that one.
I don't know if we used that right. I don't know.
In trouble, right? Vince was in trouble on that one, didn't know what to do?
Yeah, I guess technically that's probably the right definition, but that felt wrong. I don't know if it was by the book wrong, but it felt wrong.
Oh, shoot. Hey, there you go. Thanks, Vince.
Yeah.
More of that to come. Oh, man. Hey, any updates, Jeff?
Well, that Syracuse Bountiful game is one that we highlighted early on, and it is the game so far that we hoped it would be. Bountiful's come back. It's 14-10 at last check in that one. I think that one's going to be back and forth all night long.
Morgan and Park City, a game we did not talk about. Morgan with an early lead up at Park City, 14-0. That Trojan team, we saw them last week, really good. Continue to look really good here in week 3.
Morgan is really good, and we've got George Thurston on the bingo board today. Those 2 touchdowns for Morgan, neither one of them by George Thurston. So we're not marking his name off yet, but George Thurston is the real deal in Morgan. They've got a lot of studs, but Thurston absolutely among them.
American Fork in the end zone, now 14-6, the advantage over the T-Birds of Timpview High School.
How about Bingham? We haven't talked a lot about Bingham here in the early going of the year. Bingham playing Timpanogos and the Miners jumping out to a 14-0 lead at the end of the first quarter. Bingham's been in some games this year, and it would be good to see them get into the win column.
I mentioned Skyline went up 3-0 on Lone Peak. The Knights didn't like that too much. Back-to-back touchdowns, and Lone Peak now with a 14-3 lead here on the road.
A game of 2 teams that I think still trying to find their footing. Skyview made the long trip down to Spanish Fork. At the end of the first quarter, it's the Dons with a 7-0 lead. Skyview, they need a bounce-back win. They need a bounce-back performance, I should say, after that tough week last week against Morgan. And the Dons still trying to put it together, but they've got a lot of talent down there in Spanish Fork. Buck at running back, they've got some dudes. That's an interesting game that's kind of off the radar. 2 teams that I think match up fairly well.
You know, there's an old Brian Regan joke about, measuring pain in a hospital.
Okay.
And the punchline is, say 8, say 8, say 8. That's been Ridgeline tonight. Another touchdown, another 2-point conversion. It's 24-7.
See, that gets
Ridgeline just saying 8 all night long.
They are, but they're not saying scoregami at all, because now that you get back to 24, we're right back into football numbers.
Right.
Don't love that.
Right.
Come on.
And the reality is after this, it actually gets to a point where it's pretty calm. I mean, 32, right? But after that's like, 40, 48, 56. Like, well, yeah, this isn't any fun.
Yeah. We are going to mark off another one of our bingo boards over there. KO Prom.
Oh.
If you guys don't know about KO Prom out at Syracuse, I believe he's just a sophomore this year. He is electric. He's got special teams touchdowns. He's got rushing touchdowns. I think he's got a receiving touchdown on the year. And now he can mark off a defensive touchdown, a 90-yard pick 6 for KO Prom. So that was Syracuse's only touchdown in the game. They've added a field goal since our last update. Syracuse has another kicker, Jed Butler, 50-yard field goal. It's 14-13 now in Syracuse.
And usually, I try to support my teammates, but I Jeff, I'm sorry I have to do this to you right now. As we were putting the bingo board together, we did have one square. We had a spare square.
We did have a spare square. We had a square to spare.
We were like, hey, we need another one. I was like, what about a pick 6? And we did not go pick 6. KO Prom could have had 3 squares on one play.
Yeah.
He could have had KO Prom, interception, and pick 6.
Yeah, but I mean, interception and pick 6 on the same board. I feel like I made the right decision.
Yeah, you probably did. I'm just saying that could have been a triple. It could have been a triple for KO Prom.
It could have been.
You're
we
a baseball
could give him
guy.
a triple. There is. I'm looking for something specific.
Oh, okay.
It could fit there, a Titan performance. I mean, he is a Titan. But there's a guy down in Hurricane that I'm looking for by the name of Titan. That's what I'm reserving that spot for. I don't want to use it just yet, but we could if we wanted to.
I mean, it's vague enough. It certainly applies, right?
That's right.
I was actually wondering if Syracuse was playing Farmington tonight, because then it could have been the Titans and the Phoenix, which could have been a rematch of our mascot draft.
Did we have Titans and Phoenix?
You went Titans, I went Phoenix.
That would have been fun.
Remember that?
We talked about this on our broadcast yesterday, Dane, but in the 90s, they used to do mascot fights.
I know.
And I don't know why we got rid of them. I don't know who complained. I don't know who crashed out.
First of all, we kind of gotten rid of mascots.
Yeah, mascots need to come back.
We don't have enough time for this rant, but I am going to rant when we come back because...
Welcome.
You know what? There's some things. I grew up in Idaho. I get we're a little quirky. But you know what? We did football right up there.
Well,
we had mascots on the sidelines.
Your fields are blue.
No.
And you play indoors.
No, that's not okay. Talk to me in November, Jeff. All right? It's fantastic playing indoors. I do not endorse blue fields.
I'm glad.
Not acceptable.
Right.
In fact, that's a sheer no-go. Not even not acceptable. It's just no. So we had mascots. We had marching bands at halftime.
Yeah.
And we had turkey legs in our concession stands.
Okay, now that I can get on board with.
It was unreal.
Every school?
No, just mine, because I don't know.
Then that's not an Idaho thing.
Yes,
that's
it is.
Your very
Have you ever seen a turkey leg
Idaho
being
thing.
sold at a concession stand in Utah?
I don't know.
I haven't.
I guess I haven't thought about it. I need to start asking.
It was
Maybe they got them in the
unreal.
back.
So good. Wrapped up in aluminum foil. You'd buy one of those bad boys. Just sit down and just,
I do love a turkey leg. The problem I have with turkey legs, and this is probably a me problem, and it's why my wife doesn't let me buy white shirts. But that first bite of a turkey leg, it shoots out like it's everywhere. And it always ends up all over my chest. And it's just grease stains. The shirt is ruined forever. I can't tell you how many Disneyland shirts I have ruined by just taking a bite of a turkey leg, and then my wife just shakes her head in shame because I have once again let her down. And then she has to walk around in the park all day, and there's a few other dads as you walk around that they also have grease stains and kind of just give each other a subtle nod like, yeah, we're both there. We understand each other.
If it makes you feel better, I never considered myself a messy eater, but now like once a week I'm spilling food on my clothes like, oh, I've got a spot. My wife just kind of shakes her head and laughs.
Yeah.
And then just says, I love you. It's like, I'm glad you do.
I'm glad you still get that.
Because the 40s definition of drip. That's what it is.
Actual drips.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Hey, other scores, Jeff.
Well, I do have one for you. Toa Andresen just punched it into the end zone. Crimson Cliffs now up 14-7 over Cedar Valley. That's been a close game through the first quarter.
Did we talk about PG Green Canyon?
I don't think we
Vikings
did.
off to a 6-0 lead. This is up in
How about the
North
Vikings?
Logan.
Yeah.
I think this PG team might be better than I expected, Jeff. Not that I didn't think they'd be good, but they've hung in every game.
They have. They have been right there. I'm with you. I think that PG certainly surprising some people. We have a lightning delay up north, so our legendary performance at Logan might get delayed further.
That's too bad.
It's 7-0. I was looking for a score update thinking, surely Logan and Mountain Crest, that hasn't gone that long without points. It's a lightning delay.
We have a couple lightning delays happening right now. In fact, didn't we have something like that?
That was last week. We filled it,
Oh, that's right.
and then we were done.
That was another item. Yeah. Hey, it's a. We talk about hot starts. It's a good start for Hurricane tonight. 21-0 the lead over Murray.
Yeah.
That's a Cannon Cowan, 3 touchdowns.
3 scores.
Two rushing touchdowns, 1 receiving touchdown. Good start for him to help the Tigers off to an early lead.
Score update for me, we go down to Emory. Beaver, it traveled to Emory. The 0-2 Beavers. You don't see that very often.
No.
But Beaver is ahead early in this one. They're up 20-13, and the second quarter is just underway.
Highland Viewmont, that game tied up at 14. There's a lot of offense in that game. Second quarter, Rams on the drive again. They're inside the 35-yard line. We talked about this might be one of those games where we'd learn a lot. Boy, big carry here on the ground for Highland just outside the red zone. Jeff, I mean, this game, a lot of offense here early for these two.
Yeah, a lot of offense, and good for Highland. We expect Viewmont to be able to score, and we talked about how good that Viewmont defense has been. Good for Highland to be able to hang and move the ball in the first half here. We do have Felici Filippi up on the bingo board. Yeah. Does 1 touchdown, is that enough to get him marked off on the board, or do you need 2?
I think he would be underwhelmed with just 1.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold us to his standard.
All right.
You okay with that?
Is 2 enough, or do you need 3?
Probably 3.
Well, 4. Does 4 work? Because he's got 4 first-half touchdowns.
No way.
Yeah, the Harriman Mustang was still 8 minutes to play in the first half, and Felipe is credited, at least in the score that I'm looking at, 4 rushing touchdowns for the big-time running back. You start looking at just the yardage that he's putting up, and then you start looking at the record books, and I don't want to get too crazy yet, but he's on a real great pace here in the first few weeks of the season.
You know, it's interesting because we talk about good starts, and we were talking about it from a team perspective, but he's just averaging 258 yards a game and 3.5 touchdowns on 25 carries. That's no big deal.
That's pretty good.
We got a touchdown. Timpview in the end zone. And chance here to tie it up. It's 14-6. 14-12. Do they go for 2 here, Jeff?
Yeah, you go for 2 because if you make it, the game is tied. If you don't, we're back on Scorigami watch.
It's a win-win.
Win-win.
Where do you go here if you're Timpview?
That's a good question. I haven't been following the game close enough to see how they have been able to move the ball on the ground. We've seen some of their highlight plays, and I've seen them be able to move the ball a little bit through the air. I would like to keep this one on the ground for the 2-point conversion. You think Timpview, you usually think big offensive line and a big, powerful running back. We'll see.
They'll go bootleg. Yeah, bootleg. Back of the end zone wide open.
Pretty play.
There you go.
Yeah, pretty play. Executed really well. The bootleg executed to perfection, and then, found his tight end in the end zone.
Yeah, able to find Steele Richards. So we're tied up at 14. Boy, a couple nice broken tackles on that touchdown as it was the man, Tuone. He's just a junior, Jeff.
Yeah, he's just getting started. He's really good. I was talking with him. Can't remember if it was this week or last week, but just a great kid. One of those guys that once you talk to him and you get to know him just a little bit, you don't have to know him well, you start to root for him. I mean, he's just that kind of personality. He's excited about what they're building at Timpview. There's talent there, and he knows that as they come together, he thinks they're going to be really good.
And remember, he played as a freshman on that team, made that deep playoff run, stayed there last year, despite all the kind of turnover, staff, players, etc. Stayed there this year.
Yep.
Very rare you see players of his caliber that are like, no, I'm staying and going to be part of rebuilding this. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yep, he's done great, and it's good to see him have some early season success. And he's had a lot offensively and defensively. Good to see him get in the end zone here.
Lone Peak making a drive here as they're inside the red zone, looking for 6 more. Did he make that catch? No, out of play. And with that, we will head to a break. We'll catch up on how that Lone Peak drive ends as we come back here on the Friday Night Tailgate Show on KSL Sports 97.5 and 1280 The Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Here at John Watson Chevrolet, we love our customers and enjoy reading the 5-star reviews they give us. Why don't you read this one?
Oh, okay. The team at John Watson Chevrolet is fast, friendly, and trustworthy. There is no comparison.
That customer didn't have an English accent.
No?
She was from right here in Ogden.
So I could have used me Irish accent? Or Australian, mate?
However you say it, John Watson Chevrolet is Utah's 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue in Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
What keeps you up at night? Do you wonder if what you've saved will be enough? If your money will go as far as you plan? Or whether your retirement will look the way you imagine? What worries you? Everyone's concern is different, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. This is Ron Paul. You may not be able to predict what comes next, but you can take steps now to diversify your savings with precious metals before uncertainty becomes urgency. My friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit explaining how gold can help diversify your IRA or 401k. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. There's no cost and no obligation. Just free information to help you consider your option. Take the first step with Birch Gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, the 8 o'clock hour on our Friday night tailgate show, and wanted to update you on the drive, but not that kind of a drive because this is a football show. Lone Peak capitalized in the end zone, 28 unanswered points for the Knights to take a 28-3 lead on the road.
We said that the Knights needed to find that bounce back, and like, hey, look, no shame in losing to IMG, but for those guys inside that locker room, they're going to want to get back on track. 28-3, I'd say they're back on track.
Hey, let's update our old bingo board, shall we? How we looking there, Jeff?
Yeah, so we did mark off Felici Felipe. We marked off Kale Prom and the interception. Jake Matson, we've talked about. He's had some highlights already for AF. And a 2-point conversion. Thank you, Ridgeline. Taking care of that a few times.
I think I see one up there that I believe we need to knock off the old board there, Jeff.
Okay.
G innocent snacking. I believe that continued here in week 3.
Yeah, some innocent snacking. Well, when you start throwing candy at me, then I just start to snack. It's been known to happen.
Well, I don't think that was the only reason. But hey, that's okay. We're looking pretty good.
We do. We look okay. Good. You know, in passion and rants, I think we can mark that off. Yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing all right. And I'm sure, what have I got down there in that bottom corner? Southern Utah quarterback. Yeah, we've talked about them, but like
not in a game yet.
Yeah, they'll get there.
We'll get there.
There's enough of them down there that are really good. I'm not worried about that one.
All right. Hey, it's time for the piece that, Jeff, I don't know if you love this as much as our viewers do, but it's fantasy draft time.
This is going to be fun.
All right, Jeff, what do we got? What topic you going to make me look bad with tonight?
Yeah, so this week we've got the football guy fantasy draft. And so football guy, you got to think, you know, what is that stereotypical football guy? I think of guys like John Gruden, like he's a football guy. But we've got some different flavors of football. So to make out our roster, I'll give you the roster spots. We're going to have the tailgater. That's an important part, obviously. It's Friday night tailgate. So the football guy you want to tailgate with. The pregame speaker. Think of your coaches. Think of anybody. This can be fictional characters. They don't have to be football players. They have to be football guys, right? So you got the pregame speaker. Let's see, what else have I got here? The football guy who never was. The football guy that feels like they should have been a football guy, but they didn't play football. Okay, then we got the Bane.
At what level of football? Like any level of football or pro?
Any level.
Or
any level. Again, the rules are loose. You use your imagination and you make a case and make it work, and that's good enough for me. We got the Bane. I'm calling him the Bane. So when I think of Bane from Batman, just the tough guy. The guy that you don't want to get hit by. The guy that, look, I don't want to go up against Bane. Batman didn't want to go up against Bane, for crying out loud. You think I want to go up against Bane if Batman doesn't want to? So that guy, that football guy that you don't want to go up against. And then finally, the last one, the ultimate, the football guy's football guy. All the football guys that you know, the dude that they look at and they go, that is a football guy. All right, so you're going to have to get creative here. Man. So the question that I have for you, Dave, before we get going, do you want me to go first to maybe help spark your imagination?
Yeah, I mean, you just went through that. I'm like, I have no clue, Jeff.
Well, and
this is going to be, I mean, I could forfeit right now, and it'd probably be more respectable than the names I'm going to come up with.
Listen,
so.
I have set you up to fail.
Entirely.
In drafts past by not letting you know the categories till 5 minutes before.
Oh, you think I had time to look at this week?
Well, I'm just you get to decide what to do with your time, but it was there and available this time. Okay. All right. So
all right.
Our first one. So the tailgater. So for me, I'll go first. I'll give you some of my thought process, too, and you can maybe take some names if you want to or use the imagination. I thought of guys like Jason Kelce, Pat McAfee, like they're the fun guys. Like you've seen Jason Kelce jumping off at Bill's Mafia, breaking tables, lighting stuff on fire, like the tailgates. Maybe that's the guy you want. I thought some fictional characters like Pumbaa. I think Pumbaa would be fun to tailgate with. He seems like he has a good time from Lion King. The guy I'm drafting, though, Guy Fieri. That's my tailgate football guy. One, he can cook a little bit. Like he's known to do that. But also, I just kind of want to sit with Guy Fieri. I don't know what he's going to talk about. I probably am not going to understand a lot of the references that he makes, but I'm going to have a heck of a good time. So I'm going to eat well. I'm going to have a good time. He's got the hair. He's got he's got it all. I think he'd be fun to tailgate with. So Guy Fieri, think of how much fun we'd have, Dane, if Guy Fieri was in our third chair today. We'd have a good time.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's my tailgate pick. Guy Fieri.
I was actually thinking, I was like, okay, who'd be a good cook, right? Because I was kind of thinking the same line. I'm like, look, tailgate for me, it's probably more about the food than anything else, right? I want to have a good meal.
Yeah.
So, I like that pick. But because you went food, now I'm feeling like I should probably go somewhere else because I don't know how you top Guy Fieri.
I mean, he's up there in terms of tailgate food. I think he's got to be up there. I did go to his restaurant. Look, this isn't a sponsored because it wasn't my favorite. And I was a little disappointed. Okay. I had trash can nachos because I've heard so many things about trash can nachos. And there was a little more trash can than nacho. And so I didn't feel great.
Okay.
But I still want to tailgate with you, Guy. Don't get too hung up on the fact I didn't like the nachos.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Who would I want to tailgate with? So I'm going to go probably different direction here.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go... I'm debating one of two guys. I know one probably won't be popular.
Let's hear the thought process.
Well, so here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm actually thinking Reese Davis.
Okay.
And here's my reason why. Food follows him around, right? So I'm going to get great food by being around him. And then, he actually knows a ton of football.
He does.
I think
he'd be fun.
I've interviewed him before. Very conversational, fantastic. I'm going to go Reese Davis.
I think that's a great pick.
My tailgater.
I think that's a great pick. Reese Davis would be fun, too. Okay. I mean, you really think about it. He's made a career out of the pregame tailgate. Not necessarily tailgating, but whole college game day everything.
And the amazing thing is it's like you wonder how much of that is prepped for him. No, he knows it.
Yeah.
He knows all that.
Yeah.
And again, I've met him once, right? And it was a brief interview, but it's like, oh, dang.
Yeah,
that guy
different.
knows. So
yeah, that's a good pick.
There you go.
I like that pick. Okay. Second round pick. It's the pregame speaker. So your football guy that you want talking to your squad before the game. You know, you think about it, there's the legendary coaches that you think about. You think of Herm Edwards and the speeches that he gave in press conferences, the rants. You know, you go different sports. Herb Brooks, obviously. That's a memorable, legendary speech. The miracle speech, that's a good one. I look at guys like Buzz Lightyear. I don't know. Feels like he'd probably be a little bit motivational. For me, Herman Boone would be another one. That'd be another good one. For me, I'm going with Eric Taylor. And I don't know if you're a Friday Night Lights guy, but Coach Taylor of Friday Night Lights is the TV show specifically. I want him to coach my life. Just listening to him talk in any capacity about any topic. I love it. I'm all in. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. That's my guy. Eric Taylor of the Dillon Panthers. There is not a better pregame speech.
Dillon or East Dillon, right?
That's true. That's true. But he won it both. So
he did.
Talk to me.
He also set up the career of Michael Jordan. Is that his name?
Yeah, Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan. That was his first. I think that was his first.
That's first big time gig.
Yeah, first
for
time
sure.
I remember seeing him.
Yeah,
that's not bad. Here's going to be my pregame speaker.
Jesse Plemons, too. Look, Coach Taylor's done great out there.
Jesse Plemons, not bad at all. Good. Not bad at all. I'm going to go with Matt Foley.
Ooh.
Right?
The motivational speaker.
Motivational speaker. If there's a guy who can take a couple of youth who are just kind of directionless.
Yeah.
And he turns them in a span of 5 minutes from really not knowing what they're doing, they're kind of disengaged, to loving their father. He
This
can
is
turn them around
good.
like that. Oh, I want that in my football locker room.
This is
and,
good.
And frankly, because if you don't win, you're going to be living in a van down by the river.
This
So
is good.
I'm going to go with Matt Foley on that one.
I think that's a great pick. And then you also, you kind of knock off two birds with one stone. He's going to jump on a table and break it for you. He's
Yes,
going to have
is.
some of that tailgate
So
energy.
there's my Bills Mafia as well, right?
I like it. That's a great pick. Matt Foley is a great pick. Okay, moving on to the third round. The football guy who never was. And there's a lot of different directions that you could go. Mr. Incredible. You know, he decided to go the superhero route. Probably would have been a heck of a football player if he'd gone that direction. A bighorn sheep. I look at a ram. That seems like a football attitude when they're just recklessly running their head into the head of another sheep. That's a football guy if I've ever seen one. Obviously, not a lot of rams on the gridiron, but that's a football guy who never was. For me, another option that I thought about. I thought of every truck voice or every voice, like voiceover guy in every truck commercial ever. That seems like a football guy when I hear them talk. I think that's probably, good marketing. I've fallen for it. That's what they want me to think. I'm going to go with Ron Swanson. He just has that quiet, no-nonsense demeanor. He's got a dry humor. He's fun. He certainly loves football. He goes to the Colts Stadium. I think that he has the football blood. And I feel like he could be that leader on the field as a non-football guy, Ron Swanson certainly not known for his ball skills. He's known for his mustache, and he's known for his very staunch libertarian beliefs. But I think he would have been a heck of a football guy.
Okay. It's not bad. I'm actually going to go this route. And we've talked about another potential idea, and this is probably stealing from that idea a little bit. I'm going to go with Gaston.
That's a good pick.
Because no one's neck is incredibly thick as Gaston.
Right.
Right? There's no man in town half as manly.
Yep.
He eats 5 dozen eggs every morning to help him get large.
Seems football.
As a specimen, he's intimidating.
Yep.
And so I'm going to go with Gaston as my never was.
I think that's a good pick. He was not afraid of the beast.
No.
He was willing to take him on.
Yep.
And you need somebody on your team that's got that attitude.
Fought a little dirty.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. You don't, is there a world, this is actually a real question for you. It's sort of real. Is there a world where Bill Romanowski was just Gaston? Like if Gaston was a football guy, is it really just Bill Romanowski? Plays a little dirty. Big guy. I'm pretty sure that he eats 5 dozen eggs.
Are you a Romanowski fan?
Not really.
Okay, so I'd say no.
I'm also not really a big Gaston fan. I'm cheering for the Beast in that movie.
There's something about Gaston, though.
Okay.
There's something about Gaston.
Okay.
I'm not a big Bill Romanowski guy.
Yeah.
So I wasn't really when he played either.
Yeah.
I love the old neck pad, right? The old
love that cowboy collar.
Yeah, not my thing.
Okay. Gaston's a good pick. Round 4, the Bane.
Yeah, I can you explain this one more time? What you're thinking?
So
with
you've
the Bane?
seen Batman. You've seen, you know Bane.
Yeah.
You just don't want to mess with Bane. And if you remember Batman when he's in the cave or wherever he is and he's taking on Bane, he was relentless. Like Bane just kept going and going and going, and he never quit. He is the guy that just big physical presence that seemingly is there on every play. No matter what your game plan is, no matter where you think you're going with the ball, Bane is going to be there.
Okay.
And so when I think of like football players who fit this football guy, I'm thinking Aaron Donald, I'm thinking Ray Lewis.
Okay.
But is it an actual person that was playing, or I thought this was like just people that are like those football personalities without actually playing?
Yeah, no, it's that personality for sure. So just thinking how to describe that. It's the Ray Lewis types, right? So that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go with Thanos.
Describe. I've heard the name, but
Thanos.
Fill this in for me.
Big guy from Marvel, of course, from the Marvel universe. He was willing to wipe out half the earth just because that's what needed to be done to win the game. He went through collecting Infinity Stones, did all these things. He's the guy I don't want to match up with. No matter what the situation is, it took a team of Avengers and they still lost the first time. I don't want to mess with Thanos. I think that's the guy on my football team that, with or without the Infinity Stones, I'm feeling pretty good about Thanos being that intimidating force for me.
Okay.
And his chin was like enormous, and it felt great.
He was mewing.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. Well done. That's a callback, Dane.
All right, I'm going to go with Brock Lesnar.
Okay.
So, champion of UFC, WWE, the Beast. I mean, just huge, manly guy, right? Broad shoulders, just big. Didn't want to mess with him. End a fight in seconds. Like,
I love it.
I'm going to go with Brock Lesnar as my guy who's like, he's my bane.
Yeah, like, no, we're going to run away from him.
I'm going to go that direction.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick. Our last pick, the football guy's football guy. Now, this can be a guy that's inside football for real. This could be a guy that's outside of football. Some examples that, we talked about John Gruden. He's that football guy, that football junkie that everybody, even the coaches are like, my gosh, he's kind of obsessed with football, right? Like, that's the guy. Hank Hill from King of the Hill. I think he fits the football guy's football guy, that just kind of that attitude. I'm going to go with a legend, the legendary Kevin O'Shea.
I love that.
From Little Giants, a young Ed O'Neill as Kevin O'Shea. Of course, he won the Heisman Trophy, college football player. Now he's coaching the little Cowboys. He was a football guy. And look, he lost. Like, sometimes football guys lose, but he was just drilling perfection into those kids, and he wouldn't settle for less. He was willing to do whatever it took to win, even if it was cheating a little bit. Kevin O'Shea is a football guy's football guy. That's how I'm rounding out my team.
It's a couch cushion, son. A couch cushion. One of the great lines.
They're standing around, Box. So many good lines for my football guy's football guy.
That is a great one. I love that pick. And by the way, so Little Giants, acceptable?
Yeah.
Do you
Incredible.
own it?
Do I own it?
Yeah.
Do I own all of Little Giants?
The movie.
Oh, I don't own movies anymore, but yes, I have it.
Oh, you don't?
No. Does any? Well, you do.
Yeah, I do.
I don't own movies, but I do
Really?
have it accessible via a Plex server somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, we'll have to talk.
Okay, it's a good one.
I love that. That's a great one.
There's a layup answer.
Oh, is there really?
There is, and it's kind of boring, but it probably fits great. But I want to see where your head's at. And then
Okay.
I'll let you know the layup, and then you can decide.
I don't know if you'll feel like this guy's a football guy.
Okay.
But I'm going to go Nick Saban.
Okay.
Like I don't know if people would qualify him as like a football guy, right?
Yeah.
But the guy,
No nonsense.
no nonsense,
Yeah.
eats, sleeps, breathes football.
Yeah, I think he's a
his
football
life
guy.
is football. And so I'm going to go that direction.
I think it's a good pick.
He's not like the football guy, right? But,
Yeah.
But I'm going to go Nick here.
I think that's good.
It may not fit the definition, though.
I think that's good.
Your layup. What
My
was it?
layup was Dan Campbell. I mean, you look at a guy that's
yeah.
kind of the same. He's a coach, but he's talking about biting kneecaps
knees,
and all
yeah.
that stuff.
Here's my thing with Dan Campbell. We got a few minutes.
Yeah, we got time.
I'm a Cardinals fan.
Okay.
And, it's just really hard for me to credit him as being a football guy with the OC that he hired.
Okay.
Because I watched that OC
Yeah.
for 3 years. That is not a football guy. So I'm just like, that's one for me that's a little tricky for me to swallow, but that's probably more a personal problem than anything else. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, there you have it. There are our drafted teams. Does Vince get to choose?
Yeah,
who
Vince
wins
is.
in
We
this
don't have
battle?
another judge, so Vince has to chime in here and look at our football guy rosters and make a decision of which team do you not want to play, Vince?
So who is your football guy, Dane? I missed it.
Nick Saban.
Oh, Nick Saban.
Yeah.
I have to go with Dane, and it's only because of Matt Foley.
Matt Foley's a great
that is
pick.
the best pick of the whole thing.
Yeah, when you think of Matt Foley trying to get that team,
Yeah.
you give Matt Foley access to Brock Lesnar and Gaston. That's going to be a lot to contend with.
And, if you think about it, he can get a couple, blonde-haired kids to be snickering and trying to hide their face because they're not supposed to be laughing.
No.
I mean, that's distracting.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's a good pick.
All right.
I think Matt Foley, that made your team.
Well,
I think I won in 4 out of 5 positions, but I think the one position that you won is easily that should have been, the top overall pick here. That was a genius pick.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you. There you have it. Another draft in the books.
It was a good one.
That was a good one. I was.
You were nervous. You
still
showed well.
Well, Jeff, I only won because of one pick.
Well,
I mean, even the judge was like, "Yeah, your roster wasn't very good, but Matt Foley, that was genius." So it's like.
So let us know, folks. Let us know in the comments on social media, like what does your football guy draft look like? If you can have a roster of 5 guys, what do you want to fill up your roster with? And then take a look at our teams. Do you agree that Matt Foley really is that good that he wins everything? And I have a hard time disagreeing.
Matt Foley. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm glad you knew that reference. I was actually kind of nervous whether you would or not because that's like pure 90s SNL glory right there, right? So anyway. All right, let's do some scores, shall we?
Yeah, that game up in Syracuse, it just continues to be a good game. At last check, I've got 27-21. That's right, because 2 field goals. That's why. I was wondering if there was a missed extra point. Like, am I gonna see this go to 28 in the middle of my talking? No, 27-21. Syracuse is up. And at last check, just a little over a minute before halftime, that game has gone back and forth. We've got a combined 45 points in the second quarter of that one.
Wow. Hey, Beaver didn't like that 0-2 record. They head to the road. They're taking a little revenge for Carbon High School. Is 30-19, Beaver leading Emory in that first half.
Love that. Brighton was able to get on the scoreboard with a field goal just before halftime to make that a little bit closer. It's 24-10 Ridgeline at the half.
Look, you don't come in to our house on a big night and expect to walk all over us. Logan has fought back in this game, 14-13, the lead for Mountain Crest. Those two teams both 2-0. A lot on the line in that one with that special halftime coming up. Nice response there from the Grizz.
A huge 27-point so far second quarter for Grantsville. This is a game kind of off the radar that we didn't talk about. Grantsville and Manti. It's 34-31 with a couple of minutes left in the first half. Grantsville on top over the Templars.
Oh, my gosh, Jeff. I just saw that score. Oof.
Yeah.
Tillman Thomas. Look, Layton having a big first half, including a 30-yard touchdown with 1 second left in the first half. They scored twice in the final 2 minutes. Remember, this is a team that put up 21 points on Timpview, and we were like, does this mean Layton's good?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, 41-0 at the break. Layton might be good.
Yeah, Layton might be really good.
I'm sorry.
It hurts a little.
I'm sorry.
It hurts a little bit.
I probably should have told you to take a break or go for a walk.
Hey, we're marking off a bingo square.
Yes.
Titan Borchert down at Hurricane. He gets into the end zone.
That's what you wanted right
there. That
there.
was my Titan performance. He's been fantastic this year. That will be his 5th rushing touchdown on the season. He's also added a receiving touchdown this year. Hurricane is quietly putting together a really nice start to the season at 2-0 and now a 28-7 lead over a 2-0 Murray team as the first half comes to getting closer to coming to a close down in Hurricane. Titan Borchert, that's my Titan performance. He's been fantastic. We haven't talked a lot about him so far, but he had 3 rushing touchdowns a week ago. He's added another one tonight. He's really good.
That's a good one. West is taking on Archbishop out of California. That's 14-13. Camden Lapati with a pair of touchdowns. This West team, they've got a couple games this year where they can really kind of capture attention, and this is one of them. It's a good showing for the Panthers, who are trying to get back to Rice-Eccles and compete for a state championship. A good showing here tonight.
Yeah. Skyview, Spanish Fork, we talked about 2 teams trying to get on track. It's in a lightning delay just before the half. I wish the Lightning would have cooperated, let them get to halftime and then strike.
Yeah.
But Skyview was able to get a touchdown, a Tucker Stokes touchdown pass to Nixon Bohm just before the Lightning delay, and now that's all knotted up at 7 in Spanish Fork.
Couple games we've got for you. Alta leading Granger 42-0. That one's gotten away from them. Stansbury, I don't think you gave this update, 21-14 at the break. Leading Woods Cross, that's 21 unanswered for the Stallions.
That's they fell down early, and it looked like Woods Cross had all the momentum, and Stansbury comes roaring back. A team we haven't talked about yet, really at all this year, Mountain View, off to a 1-1 start. They have a 14-12 lead going into the half at Union. There's a lot of star power on that coaching staff and that Mountain View program. They think they have the pieces that they can start to put together and string together some wins. They're in a dogfight with Dillon Wattahamaji and Union, but they are up 14-12.
Cedar City, Snow Canyon, 7-6. The Reds taking the lead there in the third quarter. Low-scoring battle. Didn't quite see that. Thought that there'd be a little more there, and there still could be before that one's said and done. But Reds trying to get a bounce back after that 14-game losing streak came to an end last week.
Cedar Valley and Crimson Cliffs. This was a 7-7 game, and then Crimson Cliffs decided to put the keys into the ignition and turn the car on. It's now 35-7 for the Mustangs.
We're going to take a break as coming up on 8:30. You're watching the KSL Sports Tailgate Show. We'll be back with more fun after this.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a tough new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TimDalySouthtown.com. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection. Bigger savings. Bigger deals. OAC, see dealer for details.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building a $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
The Utah State Fair invites you to come help us celebrate our 170th birthday, September 10th through the 20th. That's right, 170 years of rides, food, animals, fun exhibits, and exciting events. Cheers to 170 years.
Friday night tailgate show continues here. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen with you. Jeff, we've got a lot of games right around the break. Some coming out of half, some going into half, some that are still minutes away from half due to some weather events on this Friday night.
That's the other positive about, the calendar starting to turn. Temperatures cool. September comes. You see less lightning delays as the season goes on. You still see some.
Okay, but we've had a lot of weather this year.
We've had a lot.
It feels like it's been a long time since we've had this much weather disruption in a football season.
And it feels like the weather has waited for Friday. Like it's been relatively okay throughout the week. And then Friday, it's like you look around driving through the valley, no matter where you look. It's coming. So.
I mean, we were at a game last night, and I know you were getting nervous there, and there were a few sprinkles as things were wrapping up.
Yeah. I still take credit for that one.
You held it off. You did a great job.
I could have prepared for rain. And I said, as I went to grab some rain gear, no, it will not rain today. And if it does, I'm just going to be wet. That's how much confidence I had. And when we were standing there at Mountain Ridge looking around us, there was lightning behind us. There was rain in front of us. And somehow the stadium stayed dry. I think that was my confidence.
Well, I did not wash my car. So I was like, hey, I'm going to help here, right?
Yeah.
We need some good vibes on that Thursday night.
We all had to do our part. And we did.
Done well.
It worked, and we got out of there just in time.
One of the games that we did not talk about in terms of a score update, San Juan and Kanab. Broncos all over the Cowboys, 35-0.
Man.
Yeomans has had a nice first half for San Juan. That program is doing some stuff, Jeff, that, what is it, going for their 5th straight state championship, I think it is?
Yeah, they're talking legendary stuff is what they're doing down there in San Juan. Is it 5?
I think it's 5.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I need to go look.
That's a lot of championships.
It's a lot of championships.
That's a lot is what that is.
I mean, you look at some of the runs, Skyline, obviously back in the day, right? But there's not a lot of teams that have done that.
No, there's not. And they've dominated. It's not like they're just eking by. I mean, they are controlling they're controlling their classification year in and year out. They've done great.
So Jeff, we're at 8:30 here. What do you want to talk about?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Sorry.
No, well, I'm starting to wonder. I have an idea here, and there are some things we're coming off of. There's a thought process that I have here. I guess I should let everybody else into the disaster that is my brain. We just had the football guy draft.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when I think of football guys, there's some things that football guys do and they talk about that I just don't know if they matter very much.
Okay.
And so I've got some football scenarios, football cliches that I want to know your opinion because I think that it doesn't really matter, but we talk about them in the context of a football game.
By the way, there's a big run there by Vaca.
Yeah.
Shedded a few tacklers.
Betty Vaca's good. I think he's just a sophomore.
He is a sophomore.
Yeah, he's going to be real good.
Yeah, he is. All right, go back. Sorry.
So just some of the things that, and I'm curious to get your take on these of like, does this actually matter the way that we talk about it? Okay. The first one, winning the coin toss. Seems like every game, it's like, oh, they won the toss, and there's a conversation about the coin toss. And it's like, I think it's kind of irrelevant. You either get the ball now or you get it later. Does it actually matter?
So, I don't, I guess you could say I'm kind of the definition of like ingenuity. Like I'm on the bleeding edge of a lot of breakthroughs, really. Whenever I played my video games.
Yep, the important experience.
Yes, which is really, how 90% of us understand this game.
Yeah.
I win national championships every year. I mean, that's really not that hard.
Yeah, it should be easy for everybody.
Cake. I always was a second half return guy. I want the ball in the second half.
Yeah.
Because it was like, well, I could score to end the first half and I can get the ball to start the second half. And you start to see that come alive more in the college game. You hear people talk about the middle eight, right? I don't know if it matters, but I actually think that could be a huge advantage.
I think it can be.
And so to that extent, I would say, yeah, it does matter. Because if you can position yourself, if there's still a lot that has to go right for you to have that last drive of that first half to be able to capitalize against points and then to be able to, bookend, halftime with possessions,
Yeah.
right? But I feel like that's the only aspect where it matters. It's actually fascinating because it's an interesting question when you talk about like the NFL overtimes.
Yeah.
Right? And there was a lot of hubbub around, well, both teams should have possession. And at the time that discussion was going on, I remember some talking about, well, statistically, it actually in overtime was more advantageous for you to kick off because if you could get a stop, then you actually got field position near midfield as opposed to starting on your own 20, 25-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, that's very interesting, right? We always think, well, I want the ball because I want to go score. Matt Hasselbeck, right? Give me the ball. We're going to go score or win the game.
Yeah,
it doesn't work out like that. And so it's a great question. I think the only time it matters is for that middle eight component.
Yeah, and to that end, I mean, the middle eight isn't inherently a kickoff-related decision. It's about winning the middle eight because you certainly could be on the wrong end, right?
Agreed.
But yeah, the middle eight is critical. I don't know. It's a question. I don't know if the coin toss matters like we talk about it, but there's a conversation. Every college football game you're going to watch, I guess starting this week, it's week 0, you're going to hear the broadcast start to talk about the coin toss. That's just what it is. I got a couple of other ones that I've written down here as we've started to talk. Time of possession. Does it matter the way that we talk about it?
No.
It doesn't, right?
No.
Because if you're scoring quick, then cool.
Now, I will say this. I do think it gives you a feel for how the game goes.
Sure.
Right? But in terms of it being a meaningful metric to wins, no.
Not really, right?
No.
I don't think so either. That's one for me that it can tell the story of a specific game, but I don't think it is a leading indicator necessarily of any game.
I think it actually, for me, I feel like it tells a lot about how things happened, not why they happened.
Okay.
Right? So for instance, if I got a 14-point lead, but they've got 60% of the possession, well, I know it's either defense or it's big plays.
Yeah.
Right? Like these are not sustained drives. So for me, it tells how, not what or why.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I got another one that I've started to hear more in broadcasts over the last few years. I think it's always been a thing, but it's like we announcers finally figured it out, and now it gets talked about more. Coaches scripting plays to start the season or start the game. That they talk about that. Oh, everybody's got their first 10 plays. The coaches are going to run it. They've got it. Does that matter?
I actually think that's a detriment.
Yeah, I think it could be.
And again, I think, I mentioned a professional team that I have watched the last several years and want to thank our in-house producer for that.
You don't have to cheer for them.
It's not the way that he tells it.
Sorry,
that's not the way I tell it.
You
My bad.
volunteered for that life.
Well, fanhood is not a choice, Jeff.
I can't remember who the comedian was, but about that. There was some comedian once that was talking about, the life of being a Browns fan. And it's just like, yeah, you guys choose this misery.
Factory of Sadness.
Is that where it was?
Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
You haven't seen that?
I don't think so.
On YouTube?
No.
Really? Okay, I'll send you the link.
Okay. Maybe
it's
that's
worth
where,
it.
Maybe
by
that's
the way,
where
go to YouTube, just Google Factory of Sadness.
Is that where I heard this? But
I don't know.
The comedian talking about people will leave their families, but they will not put on a different sweater because they are Browns fans no matter what.
So that is not in this clip, but the clip I have is fantastic because he just rails on the franchise about how disappointing it is, and he wastes all of his money on them, and da-da-da, and then he leaves it with, I'll see you next week, and just walks off the screen.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It is funny.
Factory of Sadness.
I'll have to look that up. It's
That's
funny how
cool.
we just choose that. So, you don't have to be a Cardinals fan, but you kind of do.
Well, you kind of do.
I know.
Here's my thing. I'm very much when I say something, I do it. So once you commit, it's like, crap, now I'm in, right? What was the question?
It was about scripting plays.
Scripting plays.
Scripting plays. Does it matter?
I don't think it matters. I actually think it can be to a detriment.
Yeah.
Because that's great that you can sit in your office on a Thursday and write down the first 15 plays you want to call. But when you're in the second quarter and you got 2nd and 7 or 3rd and 8, that does nothing for you.
Nothing at all. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that the scripting plays, I don't know if it's a detriment because I'm sure it has its place, and it's more about like how quickly will you admit that you were right or wrong and move.
Here's why I'd say it's a detriment. Because if you have play callers who can't operate inside of a 20-second clock, then it is a detriment.
Yeah.
Because you get very mixed signals about their ability.
Yeah,
right?
That's fair.
And again, having lived through that for 3 years, it was awful. It's awful.
It's tough. You've had a rough go for a couple of years down there. I have another one to run by you, but there is another. It's not a high school game, but it sort of kind of feels like a local high school game. Weber State with Eric Kerr leading the way. And
they got a game tonight.
Whole bunch of Utah high school players that have found their way to Weber. They're up at the half in their first game.
What's the score?
17-13 against Northern
Good for
Colorado.
them.
Devin Brown, a Utah high school guy, 9 of 18, 175 yards and a pair of touchdown passes. Noah Kerr, 4 catches, 98 yards, and he's caught both of those touchdown passes. So some Utah guys showing well in their college debut. And, of course, Eric Kerr, it's his first college game after long career at Jordan High School and Corner Canyon High School.
You know, I saw Coach Kerr a couple weeks ago.
So did I.
Obviously wished him well.
At Jimmy John's.
I did ask him, did you have him make a sandwich? Because you can tell a lot about how a person makes a sandwich.
Nobody believes that more than I do.
Did you have him make a sandwich?
No, I did not.
You didn't learn anything about Coach
He already
Kerr.
I learned nothing. And he didn't learn very much about me either. But we did talk. I wished him luck. He's enjoying Ogden. I met the AD that he was there with. We had a good conversation. And then I asked him why he's not recruiting a few guys at Syracuse because it's just right down the road. Feels like this is a layup for you. And then we shook hands.
And he's probably like, I can't talk about that right now.
Yeah, that was kind of how it went.
Yeah.
And then he took a bite of his sandwich.
So first of all, we do have a great idea for a segment. If you own a sandwich shop, hit us up.
Please.
It'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I saw him too, and I was like, hey, best of luck at Weber. I'm really excited they hired him. Really excited for the opportunity for Weber. Really excited for the opportunity for Utah high school athletes.
Yep.
But I was like, Coach, can you just do me a favor? He goes, what's that? I'm like,
I know where this is going.
I go, you can beat Idaho, but just take it easy on them, right? Like, no running up the score. We don't need like 63-6 kind of stuff. Like, just you can beat them, but just be generous. You know what he said?
But be kind.
You know what he said? Yeah, we need to beat those guys. I was like, dang it. I was like, shoot. That's all right.
But it's good to see him having success up there at Weber.
I'm actually. It'll be great to see what he does.
Yeah, I'm excited for him. Okay, I do have another one that I want to run by you, and it's similar. It's similar in nature.
Okay.
Having a balanced offense. Is that as important as we make it out to be? Now, I'll start on this one. I think you have to be able to do a lot of different things offensively. I think you have to be able to have a passing game. I think you have to be able to have a respectable running game. But I don't necessarily believe that it has to be balanced. It just has to be threatening. You don't have to run the ball 50% of the time. You have to run the ball well enough, I don't know what the number is, 20% of the time, that I have to stay honest as a defense. I don't think balance matters. I think ability and effectiveness matters.
Yeah, I would say I would agree. 50% of play calls doesn't matter.
Right.
Keeping a defense honest matters.
Yeah.
And so if you can do that with an 80-20 because your 20 is really effective, yeah, that's
great.
That's no problem. But along those lines, you know, one of the things I don't really, I mean, I understand it, but I don't know if I really get it is, the screen game's an extension of our running game. Like, no, it's
that's
not.
the screen game. That's different.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's not. Like, I mean,
the screen game
I
especially.
get it, but I'm just like, I don't see it that way. Am I in left field?
No, I don't think
I'm
so.
not a coach.
I don't think so in the screen game because it's different to me. Like
to me,
very
it is
different.
too.
I do think like the quick passing game could replicate some of the same looks and feels of a rushing attack. But no, like I don't think you're running those little halfback screen. I don't think that's an extension of your run game. I think that's your screen game. I think it's an extension of your passing game.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Their whole offense is designed around screenplays.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is not.
Yeah. But like nowadays, like you've seen that like jet sweep pass that's technically a pass. It's kind of a hand. Like there's some passes that are an extension of the run game, but I don't think screens are one of them.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, we've had it just. Oh, sorry.
No,
you got more there?
My last take is just that it's not. I look at these things that we talk about, and are they leading indicators of success? And I think a balanced offense, you're not looking at a box score and saying, well, they ran 40 pass plays and 40 rush plays. I bet you they won. Like, that's just not how it works, right? But we talk about a balanced offense all the time. People talk about it all the time.
And I think that's where, what I would say is that's where some of that, oh, well, it's an extension of our run game. And I think it's more just justification for having lack of balance.
I think that's what it is.
And it's like, well, lack of balance in terms of like play calls, right?
Yep.
Because I don't,
Yeah, I'm there. We have, I'm going to call it our first final. I think it's our first final. Rigby and Farmington, that score is final. Rigby did get the best of the Phoenix, 27-16 in Farmington. Rigby's tough, man.
They are tough. You remember watching them last year. That's a good football program.
Yeah, they're a really good football program. They're a physical football program. Yeah. They're calling that the Rocky Mountain Rumble.
No. That's not that.
Is that like a tournament? Is that something?
Yeah, it's like a multi-game battle, like on the eastern edge of Idaho, Utah. There have been teams that have gone up and participated in that in the past. I think Skyridge went up there a year or two ago, take on Highland.
Gotcha.
So it's more like a 3-game invitational at the Holt Arena. Yeah.
I don't think I like that name.
Yeah, it's not my favorite either.
It's just one. It's right there. It's lazy.
Hey, speaking of, Jeff, you got on a little bit of a discussion this week just regarding school names.
Yeah.
We never talked about mascots.
No.
You want to talk mascots?
Sure.
We got into it a little bit last night, actually, talking about the old Sentinels of Mountain Ridge High School, which I love that mascot. It's unique to the state.
Yeah.
I'm just a fan of, like, what's your identity? And I think, umpteen schools all being Eagles, you don't quite have the same identity.
Yeah.
Right? So I kind of like having some uniqueness there.
Yeah, I'm with you. We do have. I think that the state of Utah has some elite, creative, unique mascots.
It does.
We also have a lot of birds. There are a lot of birds. I'm a falcon, right? There's a lot of birds. There's river hawks. There's falcons. There's eagles. There's regular hawks. We got a lot of birds. But we do have like beet diggers, Templars.
The old granite farmers.
Yeah.
We talked about the South Cubs.
Yeah.
You were talking about Mountain Ridge. They had a couple others with potentially under consideration.
Right. The Bulls and the Raptors. When they voted for theirs, it was the Bulls and the Raptors. But then we do things, like the Titans, like the Syracuse Titans.
Yeah. And see, I'm not a fan of like Thunder.
Yeah.
I love Westlake, right? But it's like, it's not the Lightning.
Yeah.
It's the Thunder, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, so it's noisy.
Yeah. Just real loud. We're a real loud, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Red Hawks. God, we do have a lot of birds, don't we?
We do have a lot.
We have a lot of birds, a lot of variations of wolves and grizzlies. But I do think we have enough unique that we deserve some credit. The Beavers. I love that the Beavers just said,
Careful,
hey,
Jeff.
I know. We got to tread lightly. But I love that the Beavers said, hey, we're Beaver. It would be crazy if we were just the Beavers, right? We're like, yeah, that'd probably be nuts. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to be the Beavers. We're just going to let people think we're crazy. I think that is
I love it.
Maybe my favorite name because it was so easy and so obvious that it's like, there's no way they're going to do it. And then they did it. And it's great. The Beavers.
I do love some of the uniqueness we have, right? I even like, we did our mascot draft a couple of weeks ago. I think I talked about this. I love the wolves, like the Green Canyon wolves. Like, I know we have silver wolves, and we've got we have a couple silver wolves, I guess. But I just love like the wolves.
Yeah,
just the cleanness of wolves.
We've got timber wolves.
Yeah,
I do like the wolves. It makes me think of Dusty every time because he made sure to call them the Woofs.
Yeah,
and that was always fun.
Yeah.
I actually thought about this today. I can only think of, I don't know if there are more. We'd have to dig deep into classifications. I can think of 2 that don't end in an S. I've got the Farmington Phoenix, and I got the American Fork Caveman. Are there any other mascots that don't end in an S?
I think there's a few.
Because I couldn't come up with any, but also I'm not the smartest.
Thunder.
Oh, and then Thunder, we just talked about.
Soaring Eagle.
Is it only one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. That's like a mammoth thing. Like, why are we just a singular one? Let's be a herd of mammoths, a flock of eagles. Okay, so Soaring Eagle.
A flock of eagles?
I don't know. I don't know, but better than one.
It's coming from the guy with no hair.
Rude. How rude. What else is there? Are there more? I can't believe it's Soaring Eagle. I thought for sure that it would be more than one. All the other Eagle teams in the state, it's multiple Eagles.
Yeah, I'm just going through like some of the lower classifications and just kind of checking my head. You know, like there's Telos there. I think they're the Titans. There's Tabiona Tigers. Yeah, I mean,
not very many.
There are some more descriptive ones that are don't end in S, but yeah, in terms of like thunders is not a word, right? So
so no. And caveman is obviously plural. You don't need to be the cavemans.
Built within it, yeah.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Cowboys. Yeah.
Were we almost to say cowboy? The
Almost
Kanab
to say
cowboy?
I was thinking Grantsville, actually.
Oh, okay.
But
some score updates.
Highland pulling away from Viewmont, 31-16, third quarter there.
And we talked about it. The Rams are close, and this is the kind of game that, the Rams look good. American Fork, fumble recovery, Dallin Offu with 15 seconds before halftime, and he punches it in. 28-14 for the Cave Men's.
Stansbury, 33 unanswered points on the road at Woods Cross, and it's 33-14 midway through the third.
Oh, they look good, don't they?
Yes, they do.
They really do. Our Soaring Eagle. And another unique one. They're playing Carbon. They're taking on the Dinos, and the Dinos, a bunch of dinosaurs, are beating the singular Eagle. It's 26-24. There's already been 21 third-quarter points. We're just a few minutes into the second half. But 26-24 Dinos.
Timview, American Fork. Oh, you said that one, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, my bad. Let's see. What else do we want to talk about? Logan
coming
back to take the lead, 2014.
The defense of Logan. We talked about Brady Muir and how good that Mustang offense has been at Mountain Crest. Man, Logan, the defense, keeping them in check. It's a special night up there for Logan, and good for them.
Should be right around halftime in that game, I believe.
My last check, we just hit the end of the second quarter, so we're just going into the half. Corner Canyon, this is a game we didn't talk about a ton.
Just saw that.
Fremont made the trip down to Draper to take on Corner Canyon, and it has been Jackson Caruth and Carter Kerr. The Chargers are all over the Silver Wolves, 42-0. I love that Fremont is willing to schedule that game.
Yeah.
Coach Tua Tagovailoa, he doesn't back away from anybody, and good for him saying, hey, look, we're going to take on the top dog to know who we are. We've got a young team. We're rebuilding. We've got a lot of questions, but we're going to go and play the best, and it may not go great, but we're going to go figure out exactly who we are and exactly what greatness looks like. He does that every year. He is not afraid of anybody out there, and I love that from Coach Tua Tagovailoa.
Olympus Westlake, this game already midway through the fourth quarter, 13-7. Olympus leading Westlake. They failed on the 2-point try or on the point after. So Westlake trailing just by 6 here.
Good for Westlake making that one a game. Going back up north, Brighton and Ridgeline, they're trading touchdowns. It's 31-17. Brighton's trying to come back with Easton Gustafsson with a 55-yard touchdown catch in that one for Brighton.
Jeff, I believe one of your performers from this last week was Kayvon Houston.
Yeah.
He's having a nice night tonight. He's got four passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown.
Yeah,
And that game also has a safety. What do you think the chances are that would be a sack?
You think so?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Could be. The chances seem high.
I mean, it's got to be 50-50. Cottonwood runs a balanced offense.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that and see if that marks a square off the bingo board. Spanish Fork and Skyview is a game that I've been tracking still. It's still in a lightning delay. Still 7-7. That game, that's going to be a late night for Skyview. They're down in Spanish Fork. It's still the second quarter, and I'm just looking at the clock, and I'm seeing 9 o'clock. And I know how far away Smithfield is from Spanish Fork. I'm not looking forward to that bus ride. Sorry, folks. That's tough.
Yeah, that will not be the most joyous. Layton Christian is taking on Kimberly out of Idaho, and the Eagles getting off to a 2-0 start on the year. They're leading this game 34-7. Colton Johns has 5 passing touchdowns. We talked a little bit about this Eagles team last week. Colton Johns, though, with an impressive performance here in week 3.
Syracuse just scored again at last check, 33-21. It was Ledger White fighting Parker Moffitt for a 10-yard score. Parker Moffitt is really good. He was good for the Titans a year ago. He's good up there again. He doesn't get talked about a ton, but he just produces. It seems like every week he finds himself in the end zone.
Been a tough start to the year for Cypress, and it was a tough start tonight. They fell down to Tooele 21-0. But the Pirates have been on a run, as all good Pirates do, Jeff. 24-21, the lead for Tooele, as Cypress trying to put on the comeback here.
We are going to mark off another square. George Thurston, it happened. You knew it would. It felt inevitable. He finds his way into the end zone. Morgan is all over Park City. It's 35-0. With the latest touchdown, Owen Gilson finding George Thurston, 2 fantastic football players in Gilson and Thurston.
Mentioned, I think it was last week, Deer Creek got their first touchdown of the year. Their first on the board at Jordan. They lead this game 3-0 after Brody Ferguson hit a 25-yard field goal. Low-scoring affair. Deer Creek looking for their first win in their first season on the road.
So this one is final. Harriman all over West Jordan, 55-7. Felici Filippi, at last check, he had 4 touchdowns. Let me just count. I'm going to count out loud because I don't want to lose track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rushing touchdowns for Felipe. I don't know. At some point, we're going to have a conversation about best running backs in the state, and I think I want like Felicia on my team.
Yeah, it's like a one-person conversation.
Holy cow.
One more, good. Desert Peak was seeing double tonight because Corden White and Colton White each had 2 rushing touchdowns. Each had a passing touchdown.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Seeing double tonight as Richfield gets that final win over Desert Peak. We're going to step aside here, take a break. We'll be right back. We got one more fun segment coming up here to start off the 9 o'clock hour. You're watching KSL Sports Tailgate Show on 1280 Zone 97.5 and KSLSports.com.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success.
That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Friday night tailgate show. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen with you. Jeff, look, this is kind of different, right? We're watching some of these games. Some of these are ending really early with our new clock rules. Some of these going a little bit longer tonight with some of the weather. So this is going to be kind of a slow end to tonight's show because we're going to have like games finishing over an hour plus, which feels crazy.
It's a little strange, and you have weather delays. Oh no, Brighton Reitzel in the Woods Cross game, an opportunity to really put that game away, and it's a strip sack for Woods Cross. The ball bounces Woods Cross way, and they recover at about the 50-yard line. That game was on the verge, Dane, of getting out of hand. That's a huge sack and a huge turnover to give Woods Cross life. And look, what we've learned the last 2 weeks, don't give Woods Cross life.
Meanwhile, Highland with a chance to maybe put this game away. Fourth quarter, 31-16. They're inside the 5. An opportunity here to go up by, could be 20+.
How about Highland, man?
Yeah. Jeff, we said it last week, right? And that's where I was curious what they looked like tonight, and they look really good.
Yeah, they look great. Alta is another game we've been keeping track of here. 49-0 over Granger. They look really good too. This is what Xavier Kochi expected to do.
There it is. There it is.
There's our guy, Moa Havili.
Went for 80 yards. Was that 2 weeks ago?
I think it was last week, but it was the Thursday game, so it felt like 2 weeks ago.
There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, this 49-point performance, that's what Xavier Kochi and Max Kochi, that's what they expected when they showed up at Alta.
Summit Academy's been in a battle with this Buckeye team out of Arizona. It's been a one-possession game for the majority of the night, and that's been a good battle. Back and forth with a young Summit Academy group.
Yeah, really young. A lot of talent, a lot of really good coaching. That Summit Academy team is going to be a team to watch, not only as this year as the year goes on, but in future years.
All right, so let's talk about let's jump into some ratings, shall we?
Okay.
Ratings are always pivotal.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk a little.
We're going to talk about some things.
Some
football things, and Dane, I'm going to need you to tell me if they are overrated things, if they are underrated things, or if they are properly rated things.
Okay.
You're also going to have to make your case. I mean, otherwise, it's going to be a really boring conversation if you just say overrated and we move on. The first one, Blackout uniforms. Seems like everybody's got them now. You see it at the college level. It's found its way to the high school level. Blackout uniforms, overrated, underrated, or properly rated?
Overrated.
Yes.
As a fan of several teams that don the black and gold, it's like, no, go get your own color scheme, right? Like, we wear black and gold. I don't go and do a blue out, It's like, no, quit taking our colors. Your colors, you chose them. They're blue and white. You go wear blue and white. Red and white. Go wear your red. Black is not your color. Leave it. That's our color.
Yeah.
You leave it to us. We don't. And frankly, it just doesn't look good with everything either.
No. And I understood a whiteout because everybody has a white uniform. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, not everybody has black in their color scheme. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, why don't schools do a green out?
Yeah.
Right? It's green out nice. We're going to order green uniforms.
Yeah, I'm there.
We don't steal Clearfield's green.
No, nobody does.
No.
Highly overrated. And to that end, because you also see a little bit of this, not as much at the high school level, but a little. The gray uniforms as an alternate, that's a no for me.
Well, because gray was the new black, right? That's what they said.
For a little while.
Yeah.
Okay. A couple of things. Now, there's two angles that you're going to look at this. Well, we're going to start with one, and then we'll branch.
Okay.
There's your announcer angle, and then there's your regular high school football fan. Running clocks in blowout games. Overrated, underrated, properly rated?
Underrated.
Underrated. And is that your broadcaster view, or is that your...
No.
You've got a parent, or you've got a kid on the team?
That's my overall view.
Okay.
I mean, look, when you watch a game, and it doesn't matter the level. It can be your West Point Titans.
Sure.
Which, how they doing, Jeff?
Hey, we're 2-0. It was a hard-fought game against... I can't remember. It was Leighton. We played Leighton Blue. This was Leighton White.
Okay.
Tough game, 21-18.
Wow.
It came down to a couple of clutch runs to really kind of drain the clock, and here was the kicker for me.
Was it that O-line? Who's creating the lanes,
the O-line,
Jeff, huh?
The O-line did pretty well.
Hey.
There was a big kid on that Leighton team that, I was nervous, and our O-line, they did okay.
They must be getting coached up.
That's not it. I know that's not it, but they're doing pretty well. I was excited to see the guys perform. It really came down to a couple of clutch runs late in the game. Woods Cross, by the way, they did just punch it into the end zone after that turnover, so that game
important
is
for them.
That game's closer.
You just scored 2. That's down to one
that
possession.
Game's getting closer. We got to teach the West Point Titans victory formation.
Hey, that's awesome.
I thought it was awesome. However, some people on the other sideline did not like that the 8-year-olds were in victory formation.
What do they want them to do?
They wanted to play the game. And I guess the whole point was to get to victory formation.
First of all, victory formation is playing the game.
It is the point of the game, is to get to victory.
It's a legal formation.
Yes.
Inside the rules. Okay, so are you going to yell at a basketball team because they don't shoot the ball in the first 8 seconds?
Yeah.
We're going to do that? Play the game!
Yeah, it was a strange reaction, I thought. That certainly, if you're on the raw end of a game. Dax had a forced fumble in the game, so that was good. I was going to ask. Yeah, he played well.
Good for him.
It was a big play in the game just before the half, and he wrapped his guy up on the sideline, stripped the ball out, and then recovered the fumble himself.
Look at Dax.
I want to say, listen, Dax, I love you. I am your father. I think it might have happened. The recovery certainly happened on accident.
It doesn't matter,
I
Jeff.
think that the strip, that was intentional. He knew what he was doing. The recovery... He's been walking around, with a lot of riz, and no, I think it happened a little bit on accident, but it happened, so he gets credit.
Hey, you know what? It doesn't, Dax. I got your back. It doesn't matter how or why it happened. It's in the stat book. It's on the film.
Yeah, he played well.
Dax, way to go.
We've got a tough game tomorrow morning, bright and early. Taking on Kaysville. I think it's the Kaysville. They do the brown and gold, so it's Kaysville brown, and that feels, I don't know, like an unfortunate. If you're going to be Kaysville color, Kaysville brown just feels off.
Don't tell that to Davis people. They're proud of that brown and
I
gold.
know, and I know they are. I was talking to Coach Peary last night at the Davis Mountain Ridge game, and we were catching up. Haven't seen him in a little while, and he asked about the family. He said, "Oh, wait, we out at Barnes? I'm like, that's where you're playing, Barnes Park tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah, that's where we're at." He's like, "I like to go to all those games." We might have needed to have Coach Peary as a football guy, that after his week of coaching high school football, he's going to show up and just watch a slate of Little League games on a Saturday. That's a football guy.
So, first of all, welcome to being a high school football coach in 2026.
Yeah, no kidding.
And all of us out there who think, oh, well, my coach doesn't spend enough time doing this, my coach doesn't do that. It's because they do a lot more than you think, including spending all day Saturday after watching film with their team at youth football games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's a tough gig. It'll be a tough matchup for the West Point Titans this week. This Kaysville Brown, they did hang 44 points last week, and just to let you do the math, it's a 20-minute half with a running clock, and they still found time to score 44 points. So, yeah, it's gonna be
apparently
it's gonna be
Coach Peary spending time on Saturdays.
He's doing something. He must have. He must have Jackson Taihow out there like running reps or something, because my goodness, it's a lot of points. So we'll see. We tell the boys, hey, you only need to score 6, and then just don't let them score, and then you got a shot. So
I don't think Bodie's going to come out to give a motivational speech to the team tomorrow, Jeff.
I hope.
If you're playing the Kaysville Brown, I would not expect that.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. More overrated things here that.
Oh, wait. Running clock, underrated.
Oh, yeah, underrated. Okay.
Oh, here's what I was saying. No one wants to be in those games. Like when you're down 40 points, everyone checks out, right? I've played on losing teams before. It's like you're down. It's like, just get the game over with. Like,
but if
we all know the outcome. Done.
If you're on the depth chart, like if you're buried a little bit, don't you want those reps?
Now, that's the part to me with this new rule that I think is going to be really interesting, is because you are not going to see the sophomore come in to get snaps. No. But let's be honest, I don't know how many offenses we're having them throw the ball 12 times anyway.
No,
right?
But you were getting on the field. You were earning your letter, if nothing else. You were getting the chance to be a letterman. That was my next. Now that we've seen this new mercy rule, that's the branch. We've seen it now for 3 weeks, right? And we've seen these games and the abrupt ending. It feels a little bit weird. What are your thoughts? Overrated, underrated, properly rated on the new mercy rule of the hard stop at 44 points in the fourth quarter?
I haven't heard a lot of takes on it, so I don't know what the rated is.
Yeah, yep.
But I will say I like it. I like it a lot.
Okay. I don't know if I like it.
Really?
I don't know if I do.
Why?
And I think it's the historian in me.
Okay.
That there's a lot of like score records that'll never be touched anymore.
They wouldn't have been touched anyway.
But maybe.
That's
now
the
there's
fallacy.
no chance.
Well, there was no
chance. Some of them for sure, like the 175. Yeah, but like there's going to be less. I think there's less opportunities for stats and things, rushing. I think it's different, and so I don't know that that's bad necessarily, but it's different.
Well.
It rewrites the context of the record book.
I understand that, but I think you could make the argument. You look at any sport, and as the game evolves, those records become either untouchable or easier to break. Right? I mean, you look at the NFL; they've added games.
Yeah.
Well, okay, now we treat breaking a record like it's. I mean, let me ask you this question.
Okay.
And this is an NFL question. I apologize for that. Being a 1,000-yard rusher, what does that mean anymore?
Yeah, not as much.
It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, not as much, that's for sure.
Because you play 17 regular season games, plus you could play 3 playoff games. You can play 20 games, and that's 50 yards a game.
Yeah, doesn't mean what it used to.
It doesn't.
No.
And so I think all sports evolve, and so the ability to have comparable records just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I mean, just like I'm with you. I don't know what the rating is and the general consensus. I have seen people complain more than I've seen people that have been like, this is great, but I haven't seen enough people complain about it to say that like the general consensus is bad. But I have seen, it's mostly, actually, surprisingly, it's been on teams that are on the losing end of those games, that mercy rule, that are like, come on, let us play. Let us at least get some practice in. Let us get our rotations in. That's been the only real feedback that I've seen. It just feels weird to just like end the game. You would know better than I do. I know that baseball has a mercy rule. After whatever it is, it used to be 7 runs, maybe 10 runs after so many innings. Are there any other high school sports that have a mercy rule? Basketball doesn't.
Lacrosse has a
running clock at some point.
Lacrosse has one.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any in basketball.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they inserted one, didn't they? Is it 34?
Yeah, it's either 30 or 35 in the third, or in the fourth, it becomes a running clock in the second half.
Just a running clock. So not an abrupt end to the game yet, but a running clock situation.
Yeah, because we saw that a couple years ago with the Lone Peak girls team.
Yep. And baseball's is 10 runs after 5.
3? Oh, after 5.
Well, for softball, it's 3.
Okay.
In baseball, it's 5.
Okay.
See, and I like the running clock situation. It's just the stopping of the game.
That's my thing. I'm like, we can't call it a running clock if time rules are still in effect. Then it's not a running clock.
Right. So to me,
we had this last night. It's like,
did.
Why are we stopping the clock, guys?
Yeah. To me, it's do a running clock rather than just abruptly end the game and just say, hey, look, like it's going. It's winding. The only time it's going to stop is to respot the ball after a score for the kickoff. That's the only. Everything else, it's a running situation. But, okay, I got a few more things. Smoke machines and tunnels, which, by the way, the reason I'm bringing this up is I was walking down on the field at Mountain Ridge. I saw their big, I don't know if you noticed how big their inflatable was.
It's big.
I was 100% right that's the worst football
You don't want to be in charge of that one?
There were three bags.
There are some inflatables. There's not many inflatables like that.
Holy cow. There were 3 bags, so clearly there had to be some assembly to this inflatable. There were multiple pumps to get this thing blown up, and I audibly said to myself as I was walking around, I was like, I don't want to be that guy. That guy's job sucks because this looks completely confusing. And then it took them a while. I don't know how long you'd expect to get the inflatable down, but I was watching, and it was multiple minutes to get it off, and then I don't know how long it took them to pack it back up, but to get it into a spot where they could get it off the field and then start to pack it up, it took a little while, and I think they did a bang-up job. But
fortunately, last night they had a lot of time to get that thing wrapped up, including at halftime. I mean, shoot, we could have played a game during that halftime, Jeff. The way that went wasn't the school's fault at all.
No,
just abiding by some preferences of visitors. But yeah, I mean it. That's a big one. Okay, so the question is smoke and inflatables for pregame.
Smoke machines, inflatables, just that experience. Yeah. Overrated, underrated, properly rated.
I have never come through one.
Okay.
Overrated.
I think they're overrated.
Now, I love having an entrance.
Yep.
But again, I'm a fan of uniqueness.
Yeah, okay? Everybody does the same thing.
So I was actually talking with a program earlier this year and said, hey, do you have any uniqueness in your concessions? Like we hear Charger fries, right? I'm like, do you have any uniqueness in your concessions? They're like, no, but I love that idea. I'm like, yeah.
Feels like that shouldn't be a novel idea to me, but
it
is.
To each their own,
I guess.
But I'm just like, I just want uniqueness.
Yeah.
Right. So like, having your own inflatable is fine, but I don't feel it's like, oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit boring. I think maybe it was cool 10 or 15 years ago.
Well, I think the U started this, right? Mm-hmm. And kind of set a little bit of a
this is what we do
around it.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot of coaches now who saw that, and thus that's part of what they bring to theirs, which is fine. But for me, I'm kind of like, now what I don't like is, was it USC that had like players on a dog chain or something? I was like, I don't know what that is. Like lame. That, let's anyway.
See, to me, I like the way that a school like Virginia Tech does it, or Arkansas. Like obviously those are colleges, but the stadium entrances that involve the fans, that I think is cool. And I think there's opportunities to do that in high school.
And let me tell you this, those that are tied to the same song and the same routine, go watch Nebraska.
Right.
Go watch Virginia Tech.
Yep.
Like it is, this is what's happening when our team comes on the field, and it is locked in, loaded. I don't know if it's intimidating, but man, it's an experience for players and fans.
Yep, 100%.
That's what I'm on board with.
I think I know your answer on this one. School fight songs. Overrated, underrated, properly rated. I do think I know your answer, but I'm curious.
Well, as one who their fight song was a big part Underrated.
I think they are wildly underrated because they are that unique. There's an element there. Every school's got one, and you can make it fun. That's that engagement for a crowd if you can have a fight song that is, it can't just be like some drawn out song, but you can make it engaging, make it fun for fans, make it something that happens. Little kids can get into it. I think fight songs
It
are
can
great.
be your program identity.
Yes.
And you know the crazy thing? So, those who have watched our shows up at Rice Echoes, there was a year where I was like, I want to do fight songs. I want to use that for my picks.
Yeah.
I couldn't even get... There were coaches who didn't know what their school fight song was. And I was like, what? And some of that is, okay, here comes a little tangent. Do we have rant knocked off the board?
We do, but we can have passion.
Yeah, well, this
so
is
bring
gonna be
the passion.
I talked about what it was like going to high school in Idaho when I was up there. This was late 90s, class of 2000, class of the new millennium. Boom. Hey, we had bands at every game, home or away. Right, like you go to someone else's stadium, it's their band. You're at your home game, it's your band. There's a band playing the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, Jeff, I feel like 50% of the time, maybe less, there's a band. And I'm just like, why don't we have bands here? I don't know the answer. I'm not trying to be critical, but I'm just like, well, then how do you play your fight song?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of elements that I feel like are missing because that's not incorporated in the stadium.
So I'll branch off of this a little bit. I think bands need to be at games because they add some of the pageantry to football.
Totally.
I don't think the band needs to be the halftime show every single week.
Yeah, but occasionally.
Sure. Yeah, one or two.
Yeah.
But I do think they absolutely need to be there.
Should be in the stands.
I don't think they need to be there for basketball games.
Oh, I disagree
I think you bring it inside, and I start to. No.
Have you been to a Layton basketball game?
I've played at Layton. I've been to Layton basketball games and did not like the band.
Why? Why did you not like the band?
Because it's loud.
It is loud.
It is.
Producer Vince, get on the mic. What's it like to be at a Layton game? Layton Davis at Layton versus at Davis.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's intense. You
great.
leave and your ears are ringing for a day.
But do you enjoy the band? Like, are you there and it's the environment? Because I also know those Layton Davis games, the fans are super into it and they make the environment. Is it because of the band that you're like, wow, this is awesome? Or is it because, like, no, this is awesome?
I think it's a mixture of both.
I think the band adds to it. It doesn't distract from it. It adds to it.
So
especially in like the littler gyms because it does. It is. You feel it in your chest almost.
Yeah.
Because it's.
And if I'm a student, like that gets me going even more.
I have this conversation with my kids because we have our TV in a big room and then we have a sound bar attached to it. And my kids are always just turning on the TV as loud as it can go and not turning on the sound. And it's just noise. It's just so loud when it's like, no, turn on the sound. And then it sounds like you're watching the movie in an intense way. I feel like bands inside, it's like, this is just loud. This isn't adding. This is just noise. This is cowbells. Like this, we're just banging stuff. I don't enjoy it.
As a Utah State alum, what's wrong with cowbells?
Well, a lot. They're just noise, additive noise that I don't feel like it's, I don't know. I don't love it.
For me, I feel like you get a band there and you get your fight song, even a basketball game, right? You can play your fight song 4 to 10 times in a basketball game, and that gets the whole stadium on their feet.
Okay.
And yeah, like for us, our band played "Smoke on the Water," like a lot of different songs that stadium themes. Okay, that's great. But you add a fight song to that, and it ties it all together. Man.
Okay.
And it gets everyone on their feet, and it's.
I think that there is though, in this day and age, it does feel like even the kids of the school, like Jeff was saying, I don't think a lot of them even know what their fight song is anymore.
No, not a clue.
And so. Yes, I think the purpose of it would still be good if it was something that they all recognized what it was. But a lot of times I don't think they even recognize it. So to that end, yeah, it is just noise to everybody there because unless you're playing a pop song that they've made instrumental and, they probably don't know what it is.
And it's been a long time since I've been in high school. But like when we had assemblies, I don't know if they still do assemblies in high school anymore. But when I was in high school, we did assemblies and you always sung the fight song. And you always sung your alma mater.
See, when I did
and every game we went to, at the end of the game, you always sung your fight song, and you always sung your alma mater.
Yeah, but all the grades were in one class when you were in school. And they rang a bell to get you to come in for lunch, like a real bell.
A real bell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I had assemblies in high school, I always went to breakfast. That was what I did. Oh, assembly time. That sounds like we're going to Seals Cafe, folks. Let's go get some breakfast. That was how we did it.
You had assemblies in the morning?
Generally, yeah.
Wow.
But also, I can find breakfast food anytime, So even if I'm eating lunch, I'm eating breakfast. I have one last thing, and I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but this one's quick. Thursday night games in high school football. Overrated, underrated, properly rated.
I think we should take a break.
Okay.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back. Come back to find out our opinion. Thursday night games in high school football. You're watching KSL Sports and the Friday Night Tailgate Show.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
2 quick questions. Would you describe your current wireless service as 5-star? Are you paying more than $34.99 a month for unlimited data? I only ask because in a recent industry survey of 120,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company out there to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. And now for just a few more weeks, Pure Talk's offering unlimited data for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. After that, you'll get unlimited data for as low as $34.99 a month with no contract and no commitment. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's 5-star U.S. customer service team will switch you in minutes. And at just $15 a month for your first 3 months, there really is no better time to switch to Pure Talk than right now. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company.
Do you love your front door? Does it improve the curb appeal of your home? Does it feel secure and new and perfect for your home? No? Let me direct you to Peach Windows and Doors, where everything they do is custom. They can install a front door or a basement door or a big door that you could drive a car through if you wanted to. And the knobs on these doors are not just knobs. They're like a locking system that works like a safe. These are the most secure doors, and Peach builds those doors. So when they install, they are custom fit to your home. You can even have an option to have like a glass window on the side of your door. They're called operable side light doors, and they can open themselves, which would allow you to move something large in or out of the house. It's just all of the custom features that we can do for you at Peach Windows and Doors. I encourage you to stop by their showroom on 3rd West at 2940 South or see some of the beautiful doors and windows online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Welcome back. Our Friday Night Tailgate Show. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen with you. Jeff, we left our audience hanging on a very, very pivotal topic. Throw it one more time.
Yeah, Thursday night games in high school football. Overrated, underrated, properly rated.
Well, I don't know what the general rating is on that either, but I will tell you I don't like them. So if that means overrated, because I don't know anyone I don't know a lot of players, coaches, parents that love a short week.
Yeah.
and having to play on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
Now, I love the coverage it provides because it allows to give more visibility to more programs and more kids, so that's great.
Yep.
But if I were a coach or a parent or an athlete, I'd be like, oh, man, I have one less day. I would not love that.
Yeah. I also I wish we could do it, and you can't because there's more teams. You need to have more coverage, less resources, all the things. I wish it was like Monday Night Football, that if you were going to do it, that like, okay, with the exception of a couple of weeks, there's one game. Mm-hmm. And it is the game, and the entire state is watching that one game. I think that would be cool. When there's 4 or 5, it's tough for me. It should be Friday Night Lights.
How about this? Timview has hung around all night long. We're inside 4 minutes left. They've got the ball now inside the 20, trailing here by 8, Jeff. Wow.
The T-Birds won. The T-Birds look great in this all blue.
It does look good.
Fantastic look. This game, this has been tight. The Thunderbird defense has done a really good job in the second half, keeping Jake Mattson and the American Fork offense in check. And the offense is just finding ways to keep moving the chains and making enough plays that here they are with a chance to tie it up.
How about that play by the sophomore, huh? A little fake throw and then able to buy some time, get outside the pocket. We're going to leave this one kind of full screen here for you so you can see as much of it as you can.
Oh. Yeah, you look at this, and Timpview, man, I mean, 3.5 minutes to go in the game. They're going to have to score, and then they're going to have to hit the 2-point conversion, and then there will still be some time as they're here at the 5-yard line. American Fork will still have time to get downfield and have an opportunity to win the game. But, man, Timpview, the way they fought in this game, this is an American Fork team. I was having a conversation with a few 6A coaches this week. People think that American Fork could be maybe the third best. Wow.
There it is. How about that catch?
My goodness.
Tua Ona able to go up and haul that one in.
Unbelievable. I've had some conversation with some 6A teams that said, hey, they in their personal rankings with some 6A coaches, they've got AF at 3 in 6A.
Wow.
There is a lot of people that are really high on that AF team. And Timpview, they've got a shot right here.
You look at the T-Birds to start the year. We talked about that win over Layton, the tough loss last week against Corner Canyon. Next week, they go on the road to Payson. This would be big for them, right? When you get that taste of the loss out of your mouth, then you can go build a little bit of momentum before you have to go to Lone Peak the week after that, and then they settle into their region. Region kicks off next week, should add. Payson's in that region. 2-point conversion here for the T-Birds. Chance to tie it up.
Oh, he's got his guy.
Oh, did that get deflected the line?
That did. I think number 0, I think that's Afu. I don't have their I should just pull up their roster. But I think that got deflected. Now this is interesting.
Yeah.
You're in that spot. It looks like Timpview. They got 1 timeout left. They're down by 2. 3:24 to play. I thought he had the tight end in the flat, and this is the touchdown that we're looking at a replay.
It was Dallin Afu there, wearing number 0.
And what do? Do you try to kick it deep and hope for a quick 3 and out with only 1 timeout? Do you take the onside kick now and hope for the best? This is a tough spot for a coach.
While we're talking, I really don't like what we've done with onside kicks.
Tell me about it.
I just feel like your ability to even have a chance at one is
you kind of made it
practically
impossible.
0. Yeah,
it's true.
This also goes back to our take a couple weeks ago when I said, I say you get rid of kickoffs because onsides are so, like, what would you rather have?
Yeah.
Your chances of an onside kick or 4th and 15, you get 1 play to try to convert it. Like, I feel like the percentages are actually probably higher for 4th and 15. I don't know.
Yeah.
With today's offenses?
I think you're probably right.
And don't we want to see, like, competitiveness?
I think so. I think that's the objective in all of this, is to see competition play out.
Yeah. I think you have to kick this deep here. I wouldn't blame them for an onside, but I feel like if you don't get this onside, the game's over.
I don't know. With only 1 timeout, that's the tricky spot. Because I think it's tough.
You give it to them at midfield.
You do, But you're still hoping for the same thing in either scenario. You're hoping for the quick 3 and out.
Right, but a 3 and out, they punt it, you're going to be inside your 10.
Yeah.
If you get a 3 and out after a kickoff, you might get it at the 40.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see what they do here. They're lined up to kick it deep. I also hate that rule. That the ball crosses the goal line and it's an immediate touchback. That is overrated. I don't know. I don't think I know anybody who likes that rule.
I don't mind it.
If you're going to do that, I'm with you. And then just bag it. Just spot the ball on the 25 and let's go.
I feel like a majority of the time when teams try to return a kickoff, most times it's like you should have just taken the knee.
Yeah.
And so that's why, for me, I'm like, yeah, you probably end up with better field position anyway. Cause
that's true. Quick update. As we talked about Weber State. I don't know if you looked at their depth chart this week.
No.
Do you know who won their outright QB2 job behind Devin Brown?
Yes, Nate Dolly.
True freshman Nate Dolly, who's getting into that game. I don't know if there's an injury, but he is 6 of 7 as the backup quarterback in this one. Nate Dolly, Ridgeline, wins a state championship. Now he's getting early time as a true freshman.
Is that game close or is it out of hand?
It is 30-20. It's still close.
Maybe an injury?
I think so. And I think he just led. Weber just punched it in on the ground. I think it was Nate Dolly who led that touchdown drive. I'm still seeing Devin Brown's stats move around a little bit too. So I don't know if it's an injury. I don't know if there's a 2 quarterback thing. I don't know. But Nate Dolly, man, he was a stud.
I could see them going 2 quarterback there.
I could too. Especially with the way that Devin Brown plays.
Well, I think part of it is, hey, Dolly, you're going to be our guy next year. We want to get you some time, right?
Well, you have to
only have 1 year for Devin, so
got to play that game a little bit in the transfer portal era as well. So. Look, the Timpview defense.
There's
a lot of
we're gonna have third down here.
The Timpview defense, 3rd and long. They're going to make you look smart if they get the quick 3 and out and get the ball.
Tough to do, Vince.
You're smarter. You're smarter than we think.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so they've moved the ball twice. And this is one thing. I get, like, working the clock, but, okay, let's go back to talk about time of possession, right? Like, I know you want to take the clock off. Well, it's more important to take time off the clock. Like, I don't know. You want to run the ball 3 straight times, or do you want to try to get a first down?
Well, I think now at 3rd and 9, you want to try to get a first down.
Just took a timeout there.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's like
no, I get what you're
sometimes
saying.
you're trying to keep the clock running, and I get that, and I would probably do it too if I'm a coach. But how often do you walk into the scenario? It's like, oh, well, now we got a 3rd and 9, and
I think in this scenario where they had 1 timeout left, you are trying to either take off as much time or you're trying to bait them into using that so that you get to a spot where it's all I need is that 1 first down. If you come out throwing on first down and it is incomplete and you let them kind of nurse this timeout, you're really extending the game beyond just the 40 seconds of the incompletion. You're trying to bait them into using that timeout. And then I think you would have seen...
How about the fork?
Yeah, that's kind of cool. A lot of camo in that student section.
I feel like that's the Timpview. No, that would be the AF side.
Fork.
Yeah,
well,
that's the old press box. My bad.
Not Timpview fork. It's American fork.
Well, that's why I was like, I was trying to figure out if there was something like sarcastic with it, or they were, breaking the fork or something. I don't know.
No, American fork.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm just making sure because I don't know if you knew at the beginning of this. Hey, other game.
Remember you said I was smart, Jeff.
One other game that we've been keeping tabs on. Bountiful takes a lead over Syracuse. It's 36-33. At last check, 7 minutes left in the game. That
Under
game
center
is
on
tight.
3rd and 9.
Oh, they roll it out.
Money. It's what they needed.
I mean, that pretty well ends it. I think that's Hanshaw, number 8, the tight end committed to Michigan. He does a great job on this route. Sells the block really well. Comes off that block, and he's wide open in the flat. Moves the chains. That it isn't quite over, but that's pretty
much
over. Good poise by Mattson, too. Not to rush that.
I don't think that was Mattson. That was Nate Childs.
Oh, my goodness. You're right.
And because I saw this, I think it was last week in the box score, they played them both.
Yeah.
Remember, was it 2 years ago where they went 2 series at a time?
Last year, yeah.
Last year?
Yep, that was.
So I don't know if they're doing that again. That's Madsen.
Oh, interesting.
No, it's not. That's Child.
How
Number 1
interesting. So Timpview does still have the one timeout. I haven't used it yet. There it is. Yeah. Okay, I was wondering, what are you waiting for at this point?
So what does this win mean for American Fork? We're a minute left, and crazy things can happen, but looks like it'll be a nice bounce back for the Cavemen.
I think it's huge for American Fork. Timpview isn't the dominant team that they have been in years past, but that's still a team loaded with talent. That's still a team that everybody in Utah County, they grow up and they know about Timpview football. And when you can beat a team like that, it makes you feel really good, really confident inside that locker room. And as American Fork gets into the region part of their schedule here in a couple of weeks, they're going to need wins like this that they can build on because there is talent. There is a lot of belief. And I like the style that they had to do this, a low-scoring affair that they've had to grind it out. They've had to make big plays offensively, make big plays defensively. It's the kind of win that you learn a lot from.
There were, on the 4 Timpview touchdowns, only on one of those were they successful on the point after try, and it was a 2-point try. They missed 2 point after kicks. And we saw the one missed 2-point try is victory formation here for American Fork. Play the game.
Play the game. Victory formation. Give them a chance to knock it out. Crazy.
Good response by Timpview. I think this is one where you got to be pretty. Obviously, we just talked about special teams, right? So that didn't help them tonight. You execute special teams. This game has a chance to go to overtime, but they trailed in this game by multiple possessions. Mm-hmm. You got to be pretty pleased with how you came out, and one of those AF touchdowns was a fumble recovery for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
So, you got to be pretty pleased with the bounce back tonight. I know you lose, but you go up against one of the top 3 teams in 6A, and this is a ball game in the final minute.
Yeah, you got to feel good for sure. This is such a young team at Timpview. You look around, there's not a lot of seniors that are in those big key roles, and so they're going to have to learn. They got to learn how to lose. They've got to learn how to win. They've got to learn what it takes, midweek to regroup and to figure it out. And this is one of those games.
Well, I feel like Manuma as well. Like, we got a chance to see him tonight. He looks like he'll be really good. He's just a sophomore, right? You didn't see a lot of tentativeness. Looked very confident in going out and throwing the rock around, trusting his guys, and good effort tonight.
Yeah, I think so. No shame in losing to American Fork in a tightly contested game like this one was.
All right, let's. We got a few other updates. Let's get to them. Just giving a quick look here. Talked about Morgan earlier in Park City. The Miners able to cruise to that 35-0 win. We mentioned George Thurston had the 1 touchdown. Owen Gilson continues his fantastic year. 4 passing touchdowns tonight for Gilson to lead that Morgan offense.
He is really good. Cedar, they get back in the win column. They were going up against a Snow Canyon team that Parker Olson's been throwing the ball all around. Cedar held them to 6 points. It's a 10-6 win for the Reds.
North Sanpete did not talk much about this game against Delta. Delta and North Sanpete were both undefeated coming into this one, 2-0. They traded scores back and forth all night long. Luke Lee with a pair of passing touchdowns, able to lift North Sanpete to the 21-14 victory, including the game-winning touchdown with 9 seconds left on a 19-yard pass to Milo Hendry.
And we're going to have to find video of that one this week. I heard that was a pretty highlight-worthy play down there.
Love it.
The undefeated campaign is over for my Falcons. This one, Layton, you got to give a lot of credit to Layton. They came out and they were all over Clearfield that was feeling confident. 47-0, the Lancers over the Falcons.
We talked about Deer Creek. Led that game against Jordan 3-0. Then the Diggs had Sterling Osler with a pair of touchdowns, a rushing touchdown, a passing touchdown. to go up 13-10. Deer Creek would get a late touchdown, but not enough as they fall to the hands of the Beat Diggers. 13-10, your final.
Manti, Grantsville, that game's still going. Still 9.5 minutes to go at last check. 46-40, the Templars over Grantsville. I don't know, Dane, when I see those two teams, I don't expect both teams to be in the 40s. The offenses really showed up to play tonight.
We talked about Beaver earlier and getting off to a tough 0-2 start. Well, they worked out a lot of demons tonight. Had 4 different players with rushing touchdowns. Davis Carter had a pair of passing touchdowns as well for the Beavs as they're able to sail past Emory. 50-40 your final in that high-scoring affair. We're going to take our final break. This one's a little bit early, but stick with us as when we come back, we'll go to our Friday night tailgate post-game show here on KSLSports.com.
2 quick questions. Would you describe your current wireless service as 5-star? Are you paying more than $34.99 a month for unlimited data? I only ask because in a recent industry survey of 120,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company out there to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. And now for just a few more weeks, Pure Talk's offering unlimited data for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. After that, you'll get unlimited data for as low as $34.99 a month with no contract and no commitment. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's 5-star U.S. customer service team will switch you in minutes. And at just $15 a month for your first 3 months, there really is no better time to switch to Pure Talk than right now. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company.
This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
At John Watson Chevrolet, we love our customers and the 5-star reviews they give us. Why don't you read this one?
All right. The staff at John Watson Chevrolet are easy to work with and not at all pushy, and the financing was great. In no way did it give me a tumor.
That customer didn't sound like that and definitely didn't mention a tumor.
Really? Maybe it was... Get to the chopper! Come on!
However you say it, John Watson Chevrolet is Utah's 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue in Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Welcome into our KSL Sports Tailgate post-game show. I want to welcome all of our viewers who are watching American Fork defeat Timview 28-26. Your final there from Timview High School. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen here with you. Jeff, we talked a little bit about it as that game was wrapping up, just how important that was for American Fork. But, man, that Timview effort and the youngsters there, well, we'll put you on this. This game was at Timview. One of the things we've talked a little bit about is if you're American Fork, you go down to Malheur Day, you lose that game. Now you got the bus ride home. What are you thinking? Pulling that one out on the road, 28-26 against a good Timview team. What's that mindset? What are the conversations like on the bus there for American Fork.
Yeah, I think if you're an American Fork caveman right now, you're driving home and you're feeling confident. You feel great. That's a hard-fought win against a really talented team. Dennis Tuaone, I mean, he has game-changing, game-wrecking capabilities. He had 3 touchdowns for Timpview in this one. And so you gave up three touchdowns to a single guy, and you still came out on top. If you're American Fork, you're going to get into the film room tomorrow, and you're going to see plenty of things that you could still clean up. You know you can get better, but you found a way on the road against a talented team who has guys that are superstar caliber players, and you found a way to grit out a win. You feel great if you're American Fork. I mean, and I think the fact that there is still stuff to clean up on tape, that's maybe what the coaching staff feels the best about, because there is still a lot of room for this team to get better.
They now enter Region 1 play. Yeah, you heard me right, because they have Farmington, Layton, and Davis their next 3 games, speaking of American Fork. That Farmington game will be interesting. Layton, we saw them look real impressive tonight. Davis, obviously, around the corner. But you look at this game, they gave up 2 touchdowns in that fourth quarter. American Fork did. They kind of had this game in control and allowed Timpview to come back in that. Something you think that they'll probably try to work on, extra discussion on? Any worry about that?
Yeah, well, I think that's something that American Fork has to learn how to do. They have not been, like we talked about, some 6A coaches talking about American Fork potentially being the number 3 team in 6A. They have not been thought of as that top 3, top 5 team for the last few years. That's a bunch of guys that there's a lot of talent there, but they're going to have to learn how to win. And so when you can have a game like this that you lost the fourth quarter, you gave up 2 scores, you had a game in control, and you let that team come back and have a chance to win, but you still got the win. Those are the kinds of lessons that are the best, because you didn't have the pain of losing, but there's still plenty of stuff that it's like, hey, guys, winning the fourth quarter is different. Like, anybody can win in the second quarter, but when you're trying to close out a game, you've got to do things differently. And I think American Fork, they're going to be able to learn a lot from this game. I think Timpview is going to be able to take away, like, hey, they fought, they came back. That's a young team too. I think both of these teams learned a lot more about what they're capable of doing as they both went up against a tough test.
You've got a lot of expectations for this American Fork team. You talk about coaches. You've talked with some saying they're top 3. Where do you kind of see them fitting in your opinion, right? In terms of 6A, I think, Lone Peak had a nice bounce back tonight. We've seen Harriman played really well tonight. We saw Mountain Ridge last night, Corner Canyon, obviously. Where do you feel like they fit in? Where do you feel like they fit in amongst the top of the classification?
To me, there's Corner and there's Mountain Ridge, and I think they are in a class of their own right now with the way that they've both played to start the season. So I have those 2. You can argue about who's 1, who's 2, but I've got those 2 at the top 2, and I don't think that's a hot take. I think everybody's got those 2 at the top. I'm not ready to pencil American Fork in at 3. I think Lone Peak has been really good, and Lone Peak just has this proven recipe of big size, playmakers on defense. Kingston Stroshine can do a lot of things. They still have Sean Tahi in that run game. Cruz Christensen can still go and put a passing game on his back and make some big plays. They've got Dylan Syke. They just have a lot of weapons at Lone Peak. So I'm not ready to say American Fork is ahead of Lone Peak. I think Lone Peak is my number 3. I think that Sky Ridge is right there as well with the way that they performed against Orem. And when you look at how they competed against Mountain Ridge, there were a few special teams plays away from that being a very different game. So I think Sky Ridge is right there. Then that's where I start to slot American Fork. And I think American Fork is there with Davis, and they're there with Harriman, of teams that if they get hot, they can beat anybody ranked ahead of them. But they have a few more question marks for me that I still have to see what those answers are before I'm ready to say that they are better than some of those teams that maybe have a little bit more of a proven track record.
In years where they've been in the same region, there's never been a year where American Fork has beaten Sky Ridge, Lone Peak. How do I say this? Amongst the 3 opponents of Sky Ridge, Lone Peak, and Corner Canyon, there's never been a year where they've beaten 2 out of those 3. And so for me, it's one where it's, they've always been right there. We felt like this team has been close 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
We felt like this team was close.
Yep.
Can this team get over it. And I think that will be the thing when we get to that region. We'll find out quickly because it is tough, right?
Yeah.
You talk about the Lone Peak pedigree. We obviously know how good Corner is this year. Skyridge looks really good again, right? And so we'll see.
Yeah.
But they do. It feels like they have the pieces once again if they can figure out how to execute against those top tier teams.
I think for me it's going to come down to that quarterback spot. That's been the piece that has kind of held them back. And not to say that, Benuelos or Childs, anybody who's played in recent years, they've been good. But when you're talking about that region, you have to be elite, right? I mean, that's the standard inside of Region 3. I think they have a better answer to the quarterback question this year than they've had in recent years. And so that's not a foregone conclusion, right? He's still a young kid, Jake Matson. He's still going to have to figure it out. We didn't see him there at the end of the game. We'll see what happens in weeks to come. But I think they have a better answer than they've had in recent years, and that is why I think that they're ready to take a step. But those are big steps. Those are big stepping stones with Skyridge, Lone Peak, Corner Canyon.
Let's talk Timpview, right? Because that week one, the win against Layton scored some points. We didn't know what Layton was. Like, is that good? Is that not? That looks respectable, right? Obviously, the Corner Canyon game. Now they come into this one. They fall down that fourth quarter. They get right there. It's a 2-point conversion, right? With 3.5 minutes to go, that gives them the opportunity to tie it. Can't convert it. What did you learn about Timpview tonight?
Well, I think Timpview. If I'm on the Timpview bus, Timpview expects state championships. They expect to compete at that level. That is the standard down there in Provo. I am looking at the way my defense played against an offense that's really good in American Fork. They gave up 28 points. One of those was a defensive score. The defense for Timpview gave up 21 points. You're feeling pretty good. And I'm looking at the way that Orem's offense looked against Skyridge, and if I'm Timpview, I'm saying, okay, hey, Orem's got all kinds of weapons. They got all the talent. Everybody's ready to crown them the state champs. We just slowed down a pretty good offense. I think Orem maybe is a little more vulnerable over there than maybe people think. And if I'm Timpview, I'm saying, hey, our defense is going to keep us in the game. All we've got to do is find a way to score. And every time that Monuma gets out there, he gets a little bit more confidence in the sophomore quarterback. And Dennis Tuaone, we talked about it, 3 touchdowns tonight. He's good. He's elite, and he can move the ball against anybody. I think that you're feeling pretty confident in 5A if you're Timpview right now.
I think it's one of those things where you because of some of the youth and you're getting experience this year, you've got to do everything you can to not fall down multiple possessions, right?
Yep.
To your point, you know your defense is good. You know your offense is going to get stronger as the year goes on. You've got an athlete like Dennis Tuaone out there, right? You've got a quarterback who looks confident, capable. Got to hang in those games so you can make enough plays late to pull out those wins. And look, tip of the cap, right? You fall down to AF, you come back in that game, you have a shot to tie it late. I'm going to ask you the same question I did about American Fork. So you look at this Timpview team now. They're 1-2. Where do you feel like they fit in the landscape of 5A, knowing what we know about Orem? Mm-hmm. Seeing some teams in Region 5 that look strong, Region 6 that look strong, knowing you got West out of Region 4, where do you view this Timpview team here a third way into the season?
I think they're right there. I still have Orem as number 1. There's just so much talent, and you're going to have to bet on that talent. But there are more questions offensively than I think any of us expected there to be. I think that's a fair take. But they're still number 1. And then it's Timpview and West right there. Like, West has the offense, they have the weapons, but West, can they do it when the schedule gets tough? That's going to be the question mark about West all year long, right? I mean, that just, it is what it is. I probably put West at number 2, and then I put Timpview right there, nipping at their heels in 5A. But I think that Timpview is capable of beating West. I think Timpview is capable of beating Orem as well. Any given week. I think they have the weapons, and I think they are gaining that confidence that they can do that.
Feels like this Timpview team, we kind of saw pieces of the game tonight, but establishing that running game consistently might be something very big for them because we know how good Dennis Tuaone is. But if you can take some pressure off of him, right?
Yeah,
we talked about
100%.
you don't have to be balanced, right? But you have to show that you can threat on the ground game to keep that secondary true. Where we saw, you said 3 touchdowns tonight from Tuaone.
Correct.
Just a junior.
Yeah.
What is his ceiling? I mean, what is the potential for this kid?
He's really good, and it reminds me of we talked to Mountain Ridge's coaches a lot last night, right? And Titan DeYoung, special player, and has not played a whole lot of defense yet because, as we talked to Coach Peck, their defensive coordinator, he's like, look, we don't want to have a ton of miles on him. Like, he could play every single play, but we want him to be fresh in November. Yeah. Like that's when his reps matter the most because that's the expectation that Mountain Ridge has. And we just talked about Timpview Standard. They expect that same level of play. They expect to be at Rice-Eccles at the end of the year and competing at that level. That's the question I have for Tuaone. From a talent perspective, he's great. He can do everything that he needs to do at the highest level. He's a fantastic defensive player, fantastic weapon offensively. He can do anything. What does the mileage look like as the season goes on? Because they are having to depend on him a lot right now. Somebody else on that offense, somebody else is going to need to step up to take some of the pressure off, not just like pressure between the ears and the mental pressure of having to perform at a high level every day, but the physical pressure that, like, it can't be Dennis Tuaone taking all the hits and getting all the reps and seeing all the double coverage, whether he gets tackled or not. When you're trying to shed blocks and get through double coverage every single play, that takes a toll. And you don't see that from a drive-to-drive perspective. You see that from a month-to-month perspective. And if Timpview is going to get where they want to go, and that's to Rice-Eccles, they've got to find a way to keep some gas in the Dennis Tuaone tank.
And look, this Timpview team, they always schedule tough, right?
Absolutely.
This week, they've got an opportunity with Region starting. They'll take on Payson. That Payson team is 2-1, but they've not had the level of competition that Timpview has. So this may be one of those weeks where you can say, okay, guys, hey, we're going to try to find some other guys and give you opportunity to step up, get some confidence in a varsity game because that next game is Lone Peak. And you're right back to your gauntlet schedule where you're going to find out, where we are. And that's when, after that game, then the region gets real for this Timpview team. So I'm actually looking forward to see how that game next week goes and if they can build some confidence off of that for that Lone Peak game, because it feels like you're kind of right on the edge there of being able to take a huge leap towards really showing and feeling confident in your goals this season of competing for that region and making a playoff run.
Yeah, I agree. And somebody else has got to step up. And I think they have the talent. I know that roster well enough to know that they've got guys capable. They've just got to find some youth. It's going to come from young guys, but they've got to find somebody to step up and start to take some pressure.
A lot you can take away if you're both these two teams, right? American Fork, you're back on the winning side. Timpview showed you can compete with one of the best teams in the state, and we'll see how the rest of these seasons unfold for those two. We're going to take our final break here, step aside, and then we will come back as we'll wrap up this Friday night, Week 3 in the Utah high school football scene right here on the KSL Sports Tailgate postgame show.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
At John Watson Chevrolet, we love our customers and the 5-star reviews they give us. Why don't you read this one?
All right. The staff at John Watson Chevrolet are easy to work with and not at all pushy, and the financing was great. In no way did it give me a tumor.
That customer didn't sound like that and definitely didn't mention a tumor.
Really? Maybe it was...
Get to the chopper! Come on!
However you say it, John Watson Chevrolet is Utah's 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue in Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Welcome back. Our KSL Sports Tailgate Show, post-game show. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen here with you as we're going to wrap up games across the state tonight. A lot of them, Jeff, that really kind of got sideways tonight. We saw a lot of lopsided scores, a lot of individual performances that were great, but a lot of games that just felt like they got away early and tough for teams to hang around, fight back in.
Yeah, between mercy rule, game endings early in the fourth quarter, lightning delays, and then some games kind of going late, it feels like we've been wrapping up final scores for an hour. I mean, it's been a little bit of a funny night. One game that we had here at KSL Sports Rewind, Stansbury and Woods Cross, Dane. The question I think that I've got, like I said, it seemed a little crazy in week one. Like Stansbury, I think 4A could run through the Bury after a 45-28 win at Woods Cross, a stout Woods Cross team. After the way they almost should have probably beat Harriman a week ago. Is that true? Does it run through Stansbury?
So I will say this because I thought that was a pretty bold take when you said it, Jeff. I don't think I bought that one.
Right? I don't think you did. I don't think so.
I don't know if it runs through Stansbury, but it's one of your last stops. I mean, like I still think Ridgeline's probably the team to beat.
Yeah, I think you have to.
But if I were doing a 4A ranking, it's Ridgeline, Stansbury 1-2.
I think
and
so.
And it's close.
It's got me excited for October 1st. That's what when Stansbury makes that trip to Ridgeline. That game looks huge. That game's always a big game in that region. That game looks huge because, boy, Stansbury looks good. As long as Brighton Reitzel is there doing his thing at quarterback, and they have found some momentum with Petty Vaca and Junior Helu and their ability to run the football. They have found a run game to go with that dynamic passing game. This is an offense that's really tough to stop.
And here's the thing I love about this Stansbury team, right? When I think of Stansbury traditionally, I just think of physical, hard-nosed, run the football. And it feels like that's what this team is. Now they throw it. They throw plenty, right? But, I mean, we saw that run from Vaki today, and it's just like he's just bouncing off guys. It's just like we're just running through, around, past defenders. It's like, okay, yeah, that's Stansbury football.
I think what's really exciting about Vaca for me is he's so young. He's already so good. He's gonna be one of those guys that continues to get better, like demonstrably better week over week. I don't know if Stansbury's played their best football yet. Like I think they still have another gear.
And here's my thing: that Stansbury program, they've had a lot of seasons. Well, they've had seasons. 1 loss, no loss, but they've been disappointed in the playoffs, right? This looks like a team that is constructed to succeed in playoffs.
I agree.
Because they've got versatility. And their defense is really good.
Really good. And the last couple weeks, Bronx Baker hasn't even played.
I know.
Like they're adding studs. Like in the next 2 or 3 weeks, he should be back on the field. And he's as good as any linebacker in the state. I mean, he's a very good player. Brighton Reitzel is what I'm thinking in my head. Stansbury's only going to get better. Now, Ridgeline, that is the team right now. Crimson Cliffs, Ridgeline, Stansbury. Ridgeline played pretty well tonight as well over Brighton, 52-24. Noah Fia and Owen Leishman, it was their show today. They between the two of them, I believe they scored 5 touchdowns between the two of them. Ridgeline is still Ridgeline, right? They are still playing very good. It looks a little bit different, feels a little bit different than it has, but my goodness, they look good too.
Let me throw one thing out there in relation to Stansbury, because I think this is important.
Okay.
Love Coach Walker. Knew him back in his Bountiful days.
Right.
Love what he does. Love how he coaches. Loves his culture of his program. If you're Stansbury, don't listen to Jeff Hansen. And here's what I mean, right? The last thing you want is to start thinking, hey,
start smelling yourselves. Yeah.
There's something about learning how to win and learning how to deal with success.
Yes.
Ridgeline, they got that down. If you're Stansbury, it's like, guys, do not take your eye. Don't lose the chip on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Right? You lose the chip, you lose the ship.
Look at that.
Eh?
It's true because it rhymes. So that was good.
For me, it's like just keep your drive, keep your hard work, don't let up, and don't read the headlines yet. There's a lot of work left to be done if you're Stansbury. But I think the team has shown they have the ability if they can maintain the focus and continue on.
Yeah.
Super impressive.
I agree. They've looked great.
All right. Hey, let's go a little rural, shall we?
Okay.
And technically, this is a rural comeback.
You know, there's a few that we need to mark that we didn't.
Our bingo assistant has...
You know, but at the same time, our bingo assistant not marking squares also maybe marks a square for us. Vince's square is officially full now. That worked out well. I'd say it was on purpose, but I know it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
So
he's been just looking at his computer all night. How's Minecraft going over there, Vince? It's going well. North Summit and Rich. The Braves come from behind here, trailed this game early. Case and Richens ended up with 3 rushing touchdowns as they come back to hand Rich their first loss of the year, 28-20.
We followed this game pretty close up in Logan, Mountain Crest and Logan. And it's Brady Muir with 2 minutes left in the game, rushing touchdown into the end zone to go ahead. Easton Favero with 30 seconds left in the game. He punches in his own touchdown.
What?
They go for 2. They don't make it. Mountain Crest holds on and spoils Favero night in Logan, 28-26.
Okay, now let's talk a little Logan, shall we?
Okay.
It's been a long time since Logan has competed in football with those other schools in Cache Valley. A long time.
Yeah.
They're not in the same region anymore.
Which I think is silly. I get it. I understand it, but it's silly.
But it is what it is.
Yeah.
To come down to a 2-point conversion.
Hey, yeah.
Way to go, Logan.
Yeah.
Way to go.
100%.
And look, to me, that's a coming out game for the Grizz. They're good.
Yeah, they look good, and you start to look at their region, and you know, Morgan's going to be tough.
Yeah.
But everybody else, it's like, Logan, you should feel confident that you're going to have a shot to win those games.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
I
agree.
Good on them. Tough starts this year. Bingham's been off to a tough start. Took on Timpanogos tonight. That Timpanogos team had a huge week 1. It was all Bingham tonight, 42-0. This game ends early, and it was Tui Kolovatu.
I think that's the one. Tui Kolovatu.
3 rushing touchdowns tonight for him. Cash Dawson had a passing touchdown and a rushing touchdown. Bingham finally able to get past. They've had some close games, had some leads, haven't been able to hold on. Finally get their win tonight over Timpanogos, 42-0.
You know, speaking of tough starts, Syracuse is sitting at 1-2. Their 2 losses have come by a combined 4 points. They fall 36-33 at home to Bountiful. And really, it's just those schools on, you know, the Bountiful exits that are getting the best of Syracuse after that 1-point loss to Woods Cross to open the season. A lot of credit to Bountiful. In the fourth quarter, they score 14 points. Hudson Malmrose finds Max Feller for a touchdown pass, and then Braden Bucha with a 40-yard pick six to seal the game for the Redhawks. And then at the defense just holds on, and they're able to keep Syracuse in check. Syracuse 1-2, but they're 4 points away from being 3-0. Bountiful moves to 2-1. Great win for Coach Freck.
Let's talk a little Bountiful, shall we?
Okay.
Because this team, week one, they go to Harriman. They lose that game. I think it was 26-14, something like that. 24-16 is around there. Think, okay, yeah, we know Harriman's good. Bountiful, they fall in this one. All right. Then last week, they get a decisive win over Farmington. Tonight, they deal with the Syracuse team that I think we expect to contend, be near the top of that Region 1. How good is Bountiful, Jeff?
I mean, they've got 2 6A wins, 2 Region 1 wins under their belt. I think Bountiful is really good. And it's kind of funny because you look at their schedule, Harriman, Farmington, Syracuse. There's an argument to be made that the toughest test is what Bountiful faces next week when they have to go to Morgan because they're going to play a very good Morgan team. I think they're really good. I think that region's going to be competitive. They've got Woods Cross coming up after that Morgan game. That's a rivalry game. There's the regional aspect, all that stuff. That's going to be the game that, to me, tells us is Bountiful for real. And then they still have Brighton. They still have Alta, later in the year. But that Woods Cross game, if that game is close, if Bountiful is able to play the way that they have these last couple of weeks where the defense does defensive things, but they can get into the 30s on the scoreboard, that's a different version of Bountiful. They're not having to grind out games like they did a year ago where if somebody scores 21 points, you're like, okay, this is going to be tough for the Redhawks. If they can score 30 points a game and they can do it against a team like Woods Cross, then I think they could probably do it against a team like Alta and Brighton and be in contention every week in that region.
It's interesting because you look at that Region 6. Yeah, let's do this now. There's one team. There were 3 teams undefeated in that region coming into action tonight. There's only one team left. It's the Alta Hawks.
Yep.
You look at the offensive and defensive scoring for all the teams in that region. The number 1 offense is Viewmont. The number 2 offense is Alta. The number 1 defense is Alta.
Yeah, Alta's good.
We talk about this Alta offense and the coaches being there, but that defense has been really good for the Hawks. And again, we talk about a win over Bingham. Tonight was Granger, but Springville as well. Like they've played offenses that are capable. They've done a really nice job limiting them. This Region 6 that you just talked about, we feel good with what we're seeing from Bountiful early. Who do you think is the lead for that region here after week 3? Is it Alta? Is it Bountiful? Is it a Woods Cross team who loses tonight?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, man, you could convince me one of 4 answers here. I think I probably pick Alta right now, just ever so slightly ahead of Bountiful. And it comes down to the quarterback play that I think Hudson Malmrose has been great, especially the second year as a starter. He's done some really good things for Bountiful. I've just seen a little bit more from Coachy. Haven't seen it as much at Alta, but there's that pedigree with what he did at Skyline a year ago that I think that's probably where I give Alta the edge just a little bit. But you could probably convince me that it should be Woods Cross, that it should be Bountiful. You could convince me a few different things there.
Those region games are going to be so good. Region 6 is going to be so good.
Man, Brighton, I think, is going to be...
We haven't talked about Olympus yet.
We haven't talked about Olympus. There's going to be some slobber knocker football, just really tough defensive, physical games. And I think that maybe, too, is where Alta gets a little bit of the advantage to me. I think Alta probably has a little bit more depth, especially up front, that as those games get more physical, that's where we saw a little bit Bountiful was a little bit susceptible last year, and Alta, I think, has just a little bit more ability to withstand an injury or two.
It's interesting because you look at this Alta team defensively. They returned 7 starters from last year, but they lost their top 2 tacklers, and they lost 3 of their 4 players in the secondary. So they had pockets where it's like, okay, that's a lot that you have to replace, but they've done a great job doing it, and they've got enough guys coming back to build upon. It looks like a good group. Let's talk Olympus tonight because Olympus took on Westlake. They got a lead early. Westlake tied things up. They both scored in the fourth quarter. The difference is A missed PAT from Olympus as Westlake scores with 2.5 to go. Malachi Leilua with a 2-yard touchdown run. 14-13, Westlake hands Olympus the loss.
I think Olympus is they're still learning, and they've got to learn how to win games. And they're in games, which is a huge step, but they've got to learn how to win those games. Westlake, that's a big win for Westlake.
Big win.
That's a team that they had so much momentum coming out of last year that that's a big win to continue that momentum out there for Westlake.
It'll be interesting to see where they fit in Region 2. Right, we talked about Copper Hills off to the good start. Harriman, Mountain Ridge, I think most consider them top 5 teams. How does Westlake fit in that mix?
Yep.
Time will tell.
Yep. A team we don't get to talk about very often, Dane. Jordan gets a win today over Deer Creek, 13-10, competitive game. It's been tough sledding for the Beat Diggers for a few years, but Jordan today, they're back in the win column. That feels good. Sterling Osler has a touchdown run and a touchdown pass in that one to give the Beat Diggers the win.
Another team we don't talk about very often, Northridge, was hosting Dixie tonight. A pair of teams looking for their first wins, and it's the Knights coming away with a 21-13 second-half advantage as they win 28-16. Jaden Connor had a rushing touchdown, as did Colby Reese, and Liam Frescus with a passing touchdown as the Knights get their first win of the year over the Flyers.
Well, from Knights to Knights, a game that we had, Lone Peak and Skyline. It was all Lone Peak in this one. They get a 45-3 win. And Lone Peak, really, Skyline started the scoring off with a field goal in the first quarter, and then everything else was Lone Peak. Cruz Christensen had 4 touchdown passes in that one, and he connected with 4 different receivers for those touchdown passes. Good bounce-back win after a tough week against IMG. Good bounce-back win for Lone Peak.
Viewmont Highland, we were really excited for this game, what we might learn about these two teams. This was back and forth early, but Jeff, what did we say about those second half starts? Highland scored with 8 seconds to go in the first half. Then they notched on a couple touchdowns in the third. It was a 23-2 Highland run in the second and third quarters as they get past Viewmont 45-30. The Rams improved to 2-1. Jeff, Highland.
Hey, bring out the stickers.
Ready to say that they can compete in that region title on the line this year potentially?
I think so. I think you're ready to say that they compete. How far they get there, I don't know, but they're not just a speed bump in the way for everybody else. They are a team that is going to compete in that region. And
I love you talk about, you look at that region, it entails Murray, who lost their first game of the year tonight. Jordan, Skyline, who is 1-2, but they played really good teams. I think that Skyline has the ability to compete. East, Juan Diego in there as well. Interesting. But that Highland team, I think Highland Murray, Skyline.
I think so.
Be fun.
I don't know. How do I want to phrase this, Dane? Maybe the most surprising score that I have seen today. Ogden and Westfield. Westfield gets into the win column, but it was a 7-0 game, and it was Elijah Woods with a touchdown run.
Wow.
6 minutes left in the fourth quarter before points were on the board in that game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Westfield.
I don't know. There's a lot of talent there.
Week one, they had a great bounce back last week, late, second half, right? Made that big push.
Yeah. But they have not.
Interesting.
They have not found their stride yet offensively. So 7-0 win over Ogden. So good to get in the win column. That is their first win of the year, but different path than I thought they would take to get there, for sure.
Cypress trailed Tooele tonight. The Pirates went on a 21 third quarter run. Took a lead 28-24, but it was Davin Green in the fourth quarter, 7-yard touchdown run for the Buffaloes of Tooele High School, lifting Tooele to a 30-28 win over Cypress.
One of the more exciting endings of the night up in North Logan. Pleasant Grove gets a 27-23 win over Green Canyon. Green Canyon, Ethan Monk, with 7 minutes, 21 seconds left in the game. He punched it into the end zone To get the lead for Green Canyon, Corbin Robbins returns the ensuing kickoff 90 yards for a touchdown. That's the go-ahead score, and the PG defense held on after that, 27-23. Wow. PG looks great.
They do.
They look really good.
Yeah, they've been competitive early.
Yeah.
Springville-Provo, we talked about this game. Springville went up in this game. Then they used a strong second and third quarter as they go on a 21-0 run. It was Beckett Burton, 3 touchdown passes during that span, a pair to Sam Nadal, the other to Leka Toki, as 28-14 your final. Springville gets the win over the Bulldogs.
A game still in progress, one of those Rocky Mountain Rumble games. It's Box Elder and Highland, Idaho. Box Elder has the lead. Just coming out of halftime, it's 18-13 for the Bees. Go represent the state, Box Elder. Go get the win. Does that hurt you when that happens?
I'm a Utah resident. If it was my alma mater,
then
maybe. But yeah, those Eastern teams, nah. Take it to them. Take it to them. Pair of undefeateds went to battle tonight, Murray and Hurricane, and it was Hurricane. Storm was a coming. 42-21, Tigers with the victory, and a big night tonight. Cannon Cowan had 2 rushing touchdowns. Titan Borchardt had 2 rushing touchdowns as the rushing offense for Hurricane set the tone early and able to lift the Tigers to a 3-0 record.
Well, we talked about how late it will be for Skyview when they finally roll into Smithfield. If this is correct, they're in another lightning delay with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. They have found a way to get back into that game. It's 21-14. Both teams are kind of exchanging touchdowns in between lightning delays. But it's going to be a late night for the Bobcats.
We didn't cap off Grantsville Manti, did we?
No, we updated it, and it was 34-31.
It did not finish 34-31. Boy, this fourth quarter, folks, it got a little crazy. So Manti ends up scoring in the third. It was the only touchdown in the third quarter. They went up 38-34 at that point. Fourth quarter comes around. Grantsville gets an early touchdown. Brigham Moritzen finds Ty Holm. Grantsville back in front. Manti then goes down. It's Isaiah Wright finding Kingston Wright from 25 yards out to take the lead. This is 46-40 now after they convert on the 2-point try. Grantsville ends up Grayson Warren finding Dawson Dunleavy from 38 yards out.
Wow.
With no time left.
Wow.
Final play of the game. The Cowboys tie it up. All they need is the PAT to win it. And Cash Hammond drills it. 47-46. Grantsville at the Horn on the road defeats Manti.
Wow, that's a big win for Grantsville. That Manti team is tough. And the way that comes to be, that's a big win.
Yeah.
Another come-from-behind win. Carbon gets the win over Juan Diego. It's Dexter Packard. In the fourth quarter, he scores to pull Carbon within 1 with about 3.5 minutes to go. A 2-yard run. Carbon gets the ball back, and Packard breaks a 51-yard run with just over a minute to play to put the Dinos ahead, and they hold on from there. Carbon, our fighting Dusty Litsters, get a 42-37 win over Juan Diego.
Love it. Way to go. Jeff, we've got a couple games coming up tomorrow, a few Saturday games. That includes Skyridge, Lehigh, and Orem. The Orem Tigers will be taking on Mater Dei, who just defeated American Fork last week. Now they come to town this week. They'll take on Orem. Anything you're looking for in these 3 out-of-state games for Skyridge, Lehigh, and the Orem Tigers?
Well, for Orem, they've got to find some momentum offensively. We could talk about Orem like this because everybody has so many expectations and they have so much talent on both sides of the ball. They've got to find some answers offensively. Right now, that offense is not moving the ball like it should.
Yeah.
There's enough talent. Look, if you don't have the answers in the pass game, there's enough talent that they should be able to move the ball on the ground, and it's just not happening right now. Skyridge controlled the line of scrimmage in that win over Orem a week ago, and if Orem can't figure that out, then Mater Dei is going to give them fits. I still am a big believer in the talent that Orem has, but they've got to find something. I don't know what it is, but right now they're just out of sorts offensively. The defense is good enough. It's going to keep them in every single game. But the offense right now is lagging behind. They've got to find some answers in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that same thing, right? This defense, it doesn't feel like there will be many games where they'll let games slip away.
No.
But you got to have that offensive support. And, so does that mean that special teams has to find a way to score, defense has to find a way to score? That's a tough ask to do that week over week. You've got to find that consistency offensively. It'll be interesting to see how they match up in this game. I think, they got off to that lead last week. Couldn't hold on to it as they ended up losing to Skyridge. What's their bounce back after that? And we'll find out tomorrow night. It's not an easy test for the Orem Tigers. Looking back tonight, Jeff, any other games you want to highlight, performances, or even takeaways from tonight that you feel like, here's something that maybe we learned a little bit more about this team that we weren't quite certain about coming in?
Well, we talked about it, I don't know if it was in the opener or one of those first segments of the game of Region 1 looks, a lot more open than anybody thought it would be. And Weber they are the team. I think if you look at Davis, you look at Syracuse, you look at Farmington, right now Weber has to be the team that feels the most confident. And some of that schedule, and it's just different, right? But right now that offense is clicking. That defense has made some plays. And I think in those other locker rooms of the teams you expect to compete in Region 1, there's a lot of concern. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of, maybe it's doubt. I don't know what it is. You asked at the beginning of the show, can Weber compete in Region 1? And I think after the results tonight, I think Weber believes they're going to be able to compete in Region 1. And right now, I don't know what every other team is thinking, because every other team that had those expectations has stumbled more than they expected to, and Weber's just starting to find their stride.
Region 1 looks really weird right now.
It does.
Because, and here, let's just run through this real quick. So Layton and Weber are both 2-1. The number one scoring defense in Region 1, you want to take a guess? Number one scoring defense in Region 1.
It's got to be Layton.
It's Layton.
Yeah.
That's your number one scoring defense is the Layton Lancers.
And it's not like they've played, they played Timpview in that stretch. They haven't played nobody.
They played Clearfield, who dropped 30 and 40 their first two games.
Yeah.
And you can say it's Clearfield, but this is not the Clearfield of old. Okay. The number one scoring differential is a team who's 1-2. Syracuse is the only team over 100 points scored, and they have the number 2 scoring defense, and they're 1-2 sitting at the bottom of that region.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's just
it's goofy now.
It's weird. It's weird
goofy
right now.
And it is going to be interesting to see. We watched that Davis team up close and personal last night. There's real questions offensively. It is against Mountain Ridge, right? And so I think that the questions can be answered pretty quickly. But there's questions right now offensively. They've got to figure those out, and the longer that it goes that they don't have those figured out, the more confident the rest of that region becomes. Syracuse is the team that I think everybody kind of had penciled as like, if anybody's going to take Davis down, it's going to be them. But I think Davis is scratching their heads, I think Syracuse is scratching their heads as much as Davis of like, we're playing really good football. How are we 1-2 right now? It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, and once those teams start playing each other.
We will have our top 25 rankings video coming out. Give us a follow on social, on X and on Instagram as well. It's going to be real interesting to see how pollsters react to some of these games tonight, or from this week, I should say, given Thursday night games and then tonight. Where will these Region 1 teams sit? I have no idea.
I don't know either.
Right? It'll be fascinating to see. 4 teams left undefeated in 6A, 3 teams left undefeated in 5A, and we're just 3 weeks in. You're seeing a lot of early parity. These teams trying to figure out where they all live here in the early going of the season. Jeff, any other notes from tonight?
It was fun. I mean, we had another fun night. Look, some of the games were maybe not as close as we would hope. It was still a week of football, and there's never a bad week of football. The one thing I will say, message, PSA to everybody, we got to stop with these Saturday high school football games. Thursday's enough. Done with the Saturday games. I can't handle that anymore.
Just wait till we start Mondays.
I don't like that
Please
at all.
no.
I don't like that one bit.
Yeah, I love that leagues used to protect their days, right? Friday was high school, Saturday was college, Sunday was NFL.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
We're all fighting.
We should get back to that.
Amen.
Anyway, hey, there you have it. Week 3, mostly in the books. A couple big games coming up on Saturday. We'll have content coming out this week. Give us a follow again on X and on Instagram. And, of course, a reminder, join us next week. Our pregame show starts at 6:30 on KSLSports.com. Digital channel 5.3, 1280, and 97.5 FM. Come join us for our pregame at 6:30. We'll have our tailgate show starting at 7. Going to try to line up some guests for next week as well. More coming there as we continue to develop this show. But then wherever you're at Friday night, when you're done with your game, be it at a game, watching game on TV, or whatever, come join us for our post-game show as we'll recap all the action from that night right here on KSL Sports Tailgate. For Vince Francis, Jeff Hansen, my name is Dane Stewart. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week right here on the KSL Sports Tailgate Show.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Connecting cultures and connecting with each other. Leading by example. Experience the unique joy of helping students thrive. Teaching is a journey that shapes lives. Are you ready to begin? Explore teaching at teach.org, a campaign supported by the U.S. Department of Education, teach.org, and 1 million teachers of color.
Welcome on into the 10th inning show. The Salt Lake Bees fall tonight against the Tacoma Rainiers. The final score of 6-3, 6 runs, 6 hits, an error for Tacoma, 3 runs, 5 hits, and no errors for the Salt Lake Bees. Salt Lake with all 3 runs in that third inning after they had 2 outs. They came up with a couple of key 2-out knocks to eventually take a 3-2 lead, but then the offense would go cold for a large stretch of this game as Candelario's 2-run single that put the Bees in the lead in the third. Salt Lake did not have another hit until the 8th inning, and they had 2 total the rest of the way. Schumann, who pitched a 1-2-3 ninth inning, picked up his second save of this series. Criswell got the win, his second win of this series, and Ferris takes the loss. He's also tabbed with the blown save as he allowed the grand slam from Miles Mastroboni. The 2 walks really hurt them in that inning. Salt Lake, who walked 11 last night, they walked 6 tonight, but it really hurt them in that stretch as the 6th inning started 2 up, 2 down. The Bees were clinging to a 1-run lead, but Victor Labrada battled hard to earn a 2-out double. And after that, 2 walks and a big fly from Miles Mastroboni, and all of a sudden the Bees went from up by 1 to down by 3, and they were not able to recover from that. On the night, offensively for